Tieno will be joining me from Kisumu. She's the Director of Local Capacities for Peace. International will be talking or taking a deep dive into that aspect. Good morning, Vivian.
Good morning, Mike, and a very good morning to each and every one of you who is tuned in on the show this morning. As always, it is a pleasure that you have chosen to start your morning with us. Today being a Wednesday, every single Wednesday, we try and bring you a woman who is doing amazing things for their community, for their society, and for the country at large. Today will be no different, as we will be joined by one Gaida Abdallah, who is the founder IECB, Girls IECB rather, and we'll be having a conversation on progress empowerment. We'll be looking at addressing the issues and advocating for change. You definitely want to stay tuned for that conversation at exactly 8:30 a.m. Let's talk about the girls. Morning, Victor.
Good morning. But before that, we'll be talking about mending bridges. We've seen a lot of turmoil in the country in the past 1 month or so, and we just want to see a way of how we can mend the bridges, a time to reflect and refresh and move forward as a nation. And of course, this one signifies a call for each collective responsibility to apologize where we went wrong and just give a strong indication that, yes, we are ready to forge forward. Wilson Sosion, former nominated MP, will be here. He's also former NAT Secgen, Peter Njiru, political analyst, and finally, Dr. Richard Busire, who is a lecturer of political science at the University of Nairobi. The three gentlemen will be here. So today we're talking about mending bridges. Regina, it's part and parcel of human nature that whenever we are or whenever we go wrong, we must mend bridges, right? Mm.
Well, that is how it's supposed to be technically in a utopia,
yes.
State.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm. Utopia state?
Yes.
Yes. Utopia is where you work on innate goodness
yeah.
each and every person. Like we say, common sense. It's common sense for adjusting or rather just mending fences. But then I tend to think that where we are, and this is entirely my opinion, the public, the leadership, there's quite a growing discord. And just talking about discord ahead of the planned Saba demonstrations, one of the main stories that we're looking at as far as development is concerned, it's a proposed anti-protest proposal. So quickly, let me just highlight what it says. So the proposed Public Order Amendment Bill of 2025 that is currently under heated debate in Parliament is set to grant the Interior Cabinet Secretary sweeping powers to designate specific areas while
Victor, tunaanzia hiyo proposal.
We sincerely apologize for that. And of course, that is the reason why we want to mend bridges with you, because of that technical hitch. Literally speaking, let's mend bridges for that. We are here. So you've forgiven us? Thank you very much. It happens. It happens. Okay. My name is Victor Lowe from TOPS. Welcome to Good Morning Kenya. This is 2nd of July, 2025. The year is going so fast. Let's talk about what we are discussing today. Today, on The Viewpoint, let's talk about mending bridges, a time to reflect and refresh as a nation. Regina was talking about something to mean that every nation must have that sensible button that we need to dial at one point. And it has reached that point at in Kenya that we need to get that. Dr. Richard Busire, who is a lecturer of political science, University of Nairobi, will be here at exactly 7. Peter Njeru is a political analyst, and former nominated member of parliament Wilson Sosion and former NAT SecGen also will be here at 7 a.m. Let's talk about that, about mending bridges. Vivian, are we okay?
Yes, we're very okay.
Great.
And it's a really good conversation to have on mending the bridges, because it is very needed, especially at this point in time. Considering where we are as a country. Now, today also being a Wednesday, of course, we get to bring you women who are doing exemplary well in different fields, specifically for their community or for the society and the country in general. Today will be no different. I will be having the founder of Girls I Save. Her name is Gaida Abdallah, and Gaida Abdallah will be here so that we can be able to talk about progress empowerment. That is the conversation we'll be having, addressing the issues and advocating for change. Let's talk about the girl child. Mike?
Oh yeah, on that, on the same bit of building bridges, I want us to talk about matters to do with capacity building for peaceful communities, given that in our diversity also will never... diversity sometimes walks hand in hand with the division. So how can we ensure that communities are champions of peace? Millicent Otieno, who is Director of Local Capacities for Peace International, will be joining me live from Kisumu Dala to talk about this matter. Ray.
Now, before that particular glitch when it comes to matters sound, I was just highlighting to the fact what is happening within the National Assembly. Saba is already just around the corner, and just from the June 25th protest, there's been a lot of public discourse, both on mainstream, by leaders, by organizers, by civil societies, even by Kenyans themselves. Now, there's a proposal that has come back or has found itself back at the floor of the House, and I'm talking about the proposed Public Order Amendment Bill, or the anti-protest bill. The first time that this was introduced in Parliament was last year, sponsored by Geoffrey Rocco, and it was thrown out by the committee, citing that it would infringe, or rather risk limiting, rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Now, once again, being fronted by none other than woman Representative Esther Passaris, says that it is important to designate specific zones, making it illegal, to hold demonstrations within 100 meters of what the law terms as protected areas. This will include police stations. This is taking center stage at a time when there's a lot of disquiet around members of the public, in regard to matters of leadership and governance. So, Victor, as you address mending bridges, my question to you and your panel, is this the right time to institute such policies that likely would limit the rights enshrined in the Constitution? That is one. Two, have we come to an end of dialogue? Because it's not the first time that leadership, governance have asked for an opportunity to have dialogue to put things to right. Is it a little bit too late for that? Thirdly, at what point will we see action? Or at what point will Wanjiku see action to issues that have been raised before? Fourth, who is going to bail the cat when it comes to issues of police brutality? A man died. It has been confirmed that he died. But then again, who is going to bail the cat when it comes to matters of police brutality. It is within the purview of IPOA, but then again, we're seeing members of the executive chiming in on this matter. So who is going to bail the cat as we talk about burying the hatchet? Remember, justice without transparency and accountability is not justice. That's my take, Victor. You can add on to that. I feel as if I was preaching. Why are you all quiet in studio?
Can I add to that during the show?
Yeah.
Those
please.
are very good questions.
Yes.
We'll answer them.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Now let's bring you up to speed with those stories that have been making headlines in the last 8 hours or so. Remember, you can be part of this conversation. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1. My X handle is at Ray Manyara. And we start off on that note in regard to matters security, where the Director of Criminal Investigations, Mohammed Amin, is a wanted man by the courts. This is after the top detective boss failed to honor summons to produce missing lawyer cam blogger Ndiangui in court. Let's not mention the other because my tongue is a bit heavy at this point. But Ndiangui did not show up in court, dead or alive. And in his ruling, Judge Chacha Mwita expressed concern over the state's handling of the matter, noting that detectives were last seen with the individual's residence in Kinoo before his disappearance. Here's a recap.
Days after he was reported missing from his house in Kinoo, Kiambu County, under habeas corpus filed by the Law Society of Kenya. Detectives are yet to produce Ndiangui Kinyage in court with their boss Mohammed Amin, snubbing court summons on Tuesday.
What are we supposed to do if the people who are supposed to protect us have turned out to be the greatest threat to our security?
Senior counsel Mother Karu urged the court to stamp its authority after the top brass investigators had blatantly defied court orders.
The coincidence of the house being broken into by the police, which they now admit, and my colleagues will be dealing with the illegalities of that, and his disappearance.
The lawyers argue that the matter involves the life and liberty of a citizen and must be taken with utmost seriousness by the detective agency.
The presence of Subarus and the gentlemen in those Subarus in civilian in violation of the law has not been controverted. We pray that you protect that right. Otherwise, Your Lordship, the citizenry will be left vulnerable and at the mercies of the high and mighty.
However, Amin's lawyer Christopher Marwa stated that his client had not arrested Ndiangui and investigations are still ongoing.
Give my clients an opportunity to conclude the investigation. So that the second petitioner, Your Lordship, can actually be arrested, because we want to believe a complaint was made. And when my clients visited the apartment,
the judge said since his officers were the ones who were last seen at Ndiangui's residence and afterwards he went missing, Amin bears the responsibility to explain his whereabouts.
The Director of Criminal Investigations do attend court in person on 3rd of July, that's Thursday, at 11 a.m. and explain the whereabouts of the second petitioner or produce him in court.
The development comes as another incident happened with people accused of being sleuths using several Subarus, arrested a Limuru grassroots politician and a youth leader from a local political party on Monday night.
Wa huku wote walikuwa wamekataa waingie. So wakakuja na marisasi na ku make the matter worse, wakifyatua risasi wanamurika, wanaacha wamekota kila kitu. Kuna pali walikuwa wanaacha evidence pali tu wameshoot kitu.
Peter Kinyanjui's house was allegedly raided before he was picked and driven away. His colleague Wanjiku Dhiga was also arrested at Kamaki Salong bypass today.
Today we are here because of our daughter and son. What have they done? Article 37 of our Constitution allows us to express ourselves through demonstration.
We demand that she is released immediately and returned to us unharmed. That is what we want.
Both are detained at Ruiru Police Station. Ruth Wamboy for Good Morning, Kenya.
These are some of the developing stories at a time when hashtag Supreme Court as well as hashtag Stop Abductions KE 2025 are some of the trending hashtags on X this morning. We implore you to give us your feedback in regard to that. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1. Now, 19 individuals arrested in Ol Kalou, Nyandarua County during last week's protest have been freed by the courts. This is after an attempt by the prosecution to have them detained for 21 days flopped, with the magistrate ordering the suspects to pay a personal bond of 100,000 shillings. Now, separately, police in Roiro, Kiambu County have arrested a businessman after goods believed to have been stolen from a supermarket in the town during the protests were recovered in his business premises. Our reporter Letua Deborah has the details.
A court in Ol Kalou has released all 19 suspects arrested in connection with violent protest during the June 25th demos on a personal bond of 100,000 Kenya shillings each. A minor who was also among those in custody was also released under similar terms guaranteed by their parents. The court declined the prosecution's request to detain them for 21 more days for investigations, citing insufficient evidence to hold them. The case will be mentioned on July 21st, 2025.
That is suspect number 1 to 16, then 18 and 19 on a personal bond of 100,000 Kenya shillings each plus 2 sureties. For the 17th suspect, who is a minor, I direct he be released to the guardian or the parent, who shall execute a personal bond of 100,000 shillings to avail the suspect whenever required by the investigating officer.
We understand very well. The people of this county understand. The people of Ol Kalou, we know each other. We know each other in Ol Kalou, and we know the people who actually brought to do the damage that was brought here, so that they could frame certain individuals and certain politicians. That is not something that can be allowed in this country. That is what we are saying, and the courts have come out as the beacons of justice and people and very, very dependent. So let the state be aware that we are not going to relent in fighting for the rights of our people. That we shall do, and that we are committed to do.
Meanwhile, police in Ruiru, Kiambu County have arrested businessman Geoffrey Mbogwa and recovered looted items at his store in Masaku area, including mattresses, TV screens, gas cylinders, 42 liters of ethanol, KRA stickers, and adulterated alcohol. The goods are reported to have been stolen from Quickmart supermarket during the last Wednesday's protest. Stolen firearms from the Dagoretti police stations were also recovered. County Police Commander Doris Kemei said 154 suspects have been arrested so far over looting and destruction during the demonstrations.
We also want to send a very strong warning to anyone who was involved in the mass looting that happened. You have no space, and you will not enjoy the fruits of other people's labor. We will be coming to you, and we will get you.
This comes as police constable charged with the shooting of a civilian in London Estate, Nakuru County on June 9th has been released on a bond of 1 million shillings with a surety of similar amount.
And for that reason, plea taking is deferred to 26th of June 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Before this court for plea taking.
Justice Julius Nangea ruled that the Independent Policing Oversight Authority did not submit compelling evidence of Constable Ephantus Njeru to be held in custody during his trial.
Now, Kenya and the United Kingdom have renewed their strategic partnership, setting the stage for more bilateral trade and investment. The partnership between the two countries, signed by President William Ruto and his host Prime Minister Keir Starmer, is expected to double the Kenya-UK trade volume in the next 5 years.
The project is among the flagship initiatives under the renewed partnership, joint responses to global and regional peace. This follows a meeting between President William Ruto and the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the 10 Downing Street in London.
Just on this, I think this is a wonderful moment for our two countries.
So do I. I think it allows us to go even further and shows the ambition that we have.
The quick returns for Kenya being the doubling of the trade volume with the UK in the next 5 years. After exiting the European Union in a popular campaign dubbed Brexit, Kenya has had to enter into a new partnership agreement with the UK compared to her neighbours Uganda and Tanzania, who continue to have access to the UK market owing to their classification as least developed countries. Another quick win for Kenya is the expected expansion and acceleration of funding for green growth and support startups in the digital space. The Nairobi Railway City project
taking us to business, where the testing cycle for petroleum products such as diesel, petrol, aviation fuels and lubricants will now take 7 hours, down from the previous 24 hours after Kenya Bureau of Standards inked an agreement with the Kenya Pipeline Company. The strategic service level agreement will see all petroleum cargo entering tested at the KBC accredited laboratories.
According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics 2025 Economic Survey, the manufacturing sector has also impacted Kenya's economic performance in 2024, which grew by only 2.8%, up from 2.2% in 2023, contributing 7.3% to the GDP. The volume of output increased by 4.4%.
We apologize for that mix-up. That is a story that is definitely voiced by Alan Oko. Remember, further details are available on our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke. That particular partnership is going to run for the next 3 years, and the Kenya Bureau of Standards has already paid 45 million shillings to use the 7 labs that are spread across the country to increase more efficiency. According to the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority recent survey of around 1,360 petrol stations that was held in Q1, that is January to March, at least 9 petrol stations were closed because of dealing in export-bound petroleum products as well as adulterated products. Further details, as I mentioned, are available on our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke. Now, let's pick to matters business still, where a major win for major vehicle importers and dealers, as the Kisumu High Court has temporarily suspended the implementation of the Kenya Revenue Authority's new tax on motor vehicles pending the hearing and determination of a petition against it. The updated current retailing selling price was set to take effect on 1st of July this year, where Justice Joe M. Omido issued the order following a petition filed by Elizabeth Akinyi against KRA, the Attorney General and other parties. The petition challenged the legality and timing of the revised CRSP guidelines. Now, the court, while certifying the matter as urgent, directed the implementation of the CRSP updates as outlined by KRA's circular dated the 22nd of May 2025 and the public notice issued on the 30th of May 2025 be stayed until the 17th of July 2025, when the matter will be heard by inter partes. That is inter partes. Now to sports. Cabra's Sugar flanker Patrick Sabatier is among 4 debutants who have been selected in the national men's 15s rugby team Simbas headed to Uganda for the Africa Rugby Cup, scheduled from the 8th to the 19th of this month. Sabatier was named in the 28-man 15s national rugby team alongside 3 foreign-based players.
It will be a do or die for Kenya Simbas, who are yet to qualify for the Rugby World Cup. The Simbas will be seeking to orchestrate their performance in the Africa Cup, which doubles up as qualifiers for the 2027 World Cup, which will be hosted by Australia. On Tuesday morning, Kenya Simba's team manager Jimmy Munene unveiled a team of 28 players who will represent Kenya in the continental showpiece.
In the field of sports, there are no miracles. We just have to do it. There's no two-way. If we want to go to the World Cup, and we are going to the World Cup, we have to win all the 3 games. We have to be champions of Africa for us to qualify for the World Cup, and I think that's a goal for the team.
The players include newcomer Patrick Sabati of Kabras Sugar and his counterpart George Nyambua. Others include Kenya Sevens trio John Okoth, Samuel Asati and Brian Tanga.
And make sure that their welfare is well catered for. And here we really want to thank our partners who have worked with us in this journey to make sure that our players are well catered for in terms of their allowances and what we owe them.
Meanwhile, Munene named 3 foreign-based players in the squad, David Bunduki and Thomas Okeyo of Novalvit Griffons in South Africa and Bethuel Amani based in France.
I believe the preparation in South Africa has been one of the best I've had in quite some time. And having played the matches 3 to 4 days after each match, that's the format that will be played in Uganda. That's what we've been trying to emulate.
Kenya will open the campaign with a match between host Uganda. The winner of the tourney will secure a ticket to the World Cup.
That effectively puts a cap on Matters News this morning. Further details are on our website. Some of the developing stories is that question is, which way will the government go in as far as the proposed anti-demos bill that is already causing a lot of debate, public discourse, as well as just conversations within government echelons there. We are also going to be looking at the education sector, given that the Kenya National Union of Teachers, that is NAT, yesterday gave the Teachers Service Commission a 7-day ultimatum to honor the 2021-2025 collective bargaining agreement, failure to which they are set to call for industrial action. Still on matters education is a total of 310,502 students have been placed under various programs in the universities and colleges through the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service. Further details on our website. I'm Regina Manyara. I leave you in the capable hands of my colleague Victor in regard to, is it time that we bury the hatchet? Will we get justice if we do so? These are the questions that are likely to be posed in the course of this particular conversation. Have a good head.
It will be a do.
The men and women in boots, they are commanded to defend and protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Kenya. Their bravery knows no limits.
Make a man go through the wall without breaking the wall.
Laziness, it is not in our vocabulary.
But what are their stories, their tales? Military Tales, every Saturday at 9 p.m. with Ben Troy Njoe.
Greetings in the name of the Most High Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the Positive Warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254 in a yard extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice,
we have to do it twice.
right, welcome back. It's now time for us to get to politics. 10 minutes past 7 a.m. Welcome to the program. As we earlier talked about the issue to do with reconciliation, which is very important. We've gone through a lot of hard times in the month of May and June. As a nation, I think that was one of our moments to test our resilience and our patience and our ability to stick to the rule of law. So let's talk about that for a moment today. Let's talk about mending bridges, a time to reflect and refresh. But Dr. Busire, just before he started, said that we cannot mend bridges, and yet there are certain things still pending out there. Dr. Good morning.
Morning.
You well?
I'm good.
All right. Dr. is a lecturer of political science next door at the University of Nairobi.
I don't know why you always eliminate my other title.
Balozi.
Yes, it's permanent. It's permanent. You don't just erase it as you want or as you wish.
No, I don't wish to. I'll be charged and I'll be guilty about that. Karibu sana Balozi. And Peter Njeru. Peter Njeru is a political analyst. We've been here with him before as well. He just decided to disappear kidogo too, but he's good that he's back here. Peter, good to see you once again.
Good to see you too.
Right.
Good morning, viewers.
Karibu.
Asante.
And Wilson Sosion, not new to Jerusalem. Mwalimu, good morning.
Good morning, Victor.
I love that phrase. Yes. Former nominated MP and NAT Secretary General, all of them are here. Let me start with you, Sosion. What's on the front page of the Daily Nation? Just to start with, just raise it up to the way we usually do it. What's on the front page of the Daily Nation? You can read it for us. Front page, Daily Nation.
I can't read this one.
Okay, all right.
I'm not qualified to read.
You're not qualified.
A nasty.
Okay, I will read it. Or you can change the papers.
You want to read this one?
I don't read it. I should be spared to read from reading nasty headlines here. That are choreographed.
It's not a Democrat, so no. He doesn't believe in.
I'm a greater Democrat than you, by the way.
No, he doesn't believe in freedom of press.
Things I don't believe in. That is not freedom. Recklessness is not freedom.
How do you judge?
No, reckless headlines.
Reckless. How reckless? When
that are meant to incite.
But this thing is already, Victor. This bill was already
organized.
It was even in Parliament yesterday. The Parliamentary Committee yesterday met and you see now it doesn't believe in freedom of expression as well.
It's not democracy, Professor.
I've been listening to these gentlemen about the headlines in the papers. Let me wade into that conversation and mention that these headlines are someone else's opinion, probably not the opinion of the nation and not the opinion of this panel. So probably Sosion is in his right to say he's not competent to read what is written because he does not believe in it.
Okay.
Yes.
Which is fine. I'll do that honor. I'll take that neutral ground.
I can read this one.
Okay. What's on the front page of the Star?
The Star reads, State House and Bunge no-go zone in new anti-demos bill.
Now prescribed as protected areas as per
I don't see anything sinister about this.
So that is what's happening. So we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that and more. But gentlemen, let's talk about the time to mend bridges. I mean, we are here as a nation, and the month of May and June really tested our patience, really tested our tenacity and strength as a nation. And we've seen a lot of things happening across the country, several pronouncements from cabinet secretaries, discontent with, from the Wananchi, and a lot of things just flying around. But now, we still have a country to take care of, nevertheless. So, Sion, since last week we met here, what have you, first question, your key highlights of the entire week until now we are here Wednesday?
I think the week rolled out very well. We saw Mohammed Amin come out to make public statements and audit the so-called baptized political violence activities of last week, and outlining further investigative measures on those who are involved in criminal activities, and we've seen those Kenyans who lost property.
Mohammed Amin is the DCI
to come out and record statements, and so that valuation is done. And I believe those who participated in criminal activities on that particular day will be made to pay and compensate for Kenyans who lost their property. I think, to me, that is key. For how long are we going to pretend as a country, in the name of democracy, in the name of freedom, which Professor is talking about here, there are limitations of rights. The moment we infringe on rights of others and we destroy the very fabric of nationhood, the economy and the promise, then we are doing things the wrong way. So I think the criminal justice systems seems to be gaining traction and will be addressing all the criminal activities of those political actions that were meant to disorganize the government and disenfranchise the country. Also, that is key at international level. The president was in Seville, Spain for the global conference, and I think his push for a review of global financing architecture took center stage, and I think is being listened to. Give it to President William Ruto. Is very good in pushing issues at the global stage very convincingly. And yesterday was in London signing a bilateral development agreement with the UK government. And you know, Nairobi railway circuit is a key investment of the UK government. And once we have an ultra-modern communication and rail system within Nairobi, then that is going to lift Nairobi and place Nairobi city as one of the most competitive, decent cities in the world. So I think, generally speaking, the country is moving forward. The country is confident, and the road to transformation, or the transformation agenda, is taking root.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Peter, your key highlights, it's been a long one, but let's take a key highlights of what's really happened in the past 1 week, or if you can go back in your own perspective.
Yes, in my perspective, in the last 1 week, we have witnessed a number of things that suggest that the country, to some extent, there are those dissenting and those assenting. I can classify the emerging groups that are agitating for various rights and privileges.
Yes.
One as the demonstrators, who has been christened the Gen Zs. Then we have the opposition, and we have the government. We also have the church. Those four segments stands out as the four groupings currently in our socio and political arena as a country. And when we look at the specific events that we've had in the last 1 week, we would want to reflect on the demonstration that was there last week on Wednesday, on the 25th of June, which ended up in chaos and destruction to property. These demonstrations were under the guise of commemorating first year anniversary of last year demonstration against the Finance Bill 2024-2025. And last year we were demonstrating, the country was demonstrating against the Finance Bill. This year it was a commemoration without really any tangible reason for demonstrating. But again, the wave of destruction that we witnessed last week in that commemoration was far more worse than what we experienced last year.
Yeah.
And therefore, as a nation, this begs for each one of us to ask the critical question and reflecting on history. Because when we study history, the reason why we study history is that it is by looking at our past that we can be able to project and look forward into the future and try to understand what is likely to happen. Therefore, historically, all demonstrations that have been there in this country have ended up in death. They have ended up in property destruction. They have ended up in running battles between demonstrators and the police. And nothing good can be reported as an aftermath of any demonstration. There has been destruction to property. And this therefore brings us to a line of thought that when we see any Kenyan, whoever it is, agitating for demonstrations and planning more demonstrations, what is their expected outcome when we use history to judge those plans? In my view, this country needs to have a moment of reflection, just like Honorable Raila Odinga said that a national conversation is necessary at this point in time, so that we can be able to ask ourselves the critical question, where have we come from, where are we, and where do we want our country to go? And the conducive environment for this conversation, for this national conversation to take place, is having, inculcating the culture and the faith in the rule of law, so that each and every Kenyan, whether offended or whether not offended, can be able to show absolute fidelity to the rule of law, can be able to showcase and support any law enforcement agency. That will be the beginning point of sanity. That will be the beginning point of true governance and true national development. Every time we want to do things, we think we are right, but we fight for those rights outside the law as a country. We are getting it wrong first instance. So, and this also brings us to the other line of thought concerning our church leaders. I have been seeing conferences of church leaders, press briefing, in sermons, and wherever they go, they would talk pro-demonstrations, but they forget to encourage the demonstrators. And in this case, I don't believe that demonstrators are the youth, the Gen Zs. I believe we have just coined the word Gen Z to refer to people demonstrating, not necessarily because they are Gen Zs, but because we are trying to invoke acceptance and commitment in the young people to support demonstrations. But per se, it is not just the young people who are demonstrating. So what I'm saying is that the church should be in the forefront, not only to encourage demonstrations to be allowed, but also to tell demonstrators that they have a right to demonstrate within the law. They have a duty, a civic duty, to also obey the government in power, because the Bible says there is no authority on earth that exists other than that which has been sanctioned by God himself.
Very good.
So pastors know that. It is the book of Romans, chapter 13. Anyone can go and read. They are not my words. They are sacred words in the Holy Book.
Let's give Daktari a minute or two to also give me or give us his reflection in the past 1 week. Daktari, we've witnessed a lot of turmoil, but that is not enough. As a country, we need to come to a point where we accept our mistakes and we say, okay, can we have some dialogue?
Thank you, Victor. I've listened keenly to what my fellow panelists have said. For me, I think we need to have a focus, and clearly focus on what is important to the nation. Not what is important or what trying to promote a particular position because it is politically expedient or it reflects our political backgrounds. I want us as Kenyans to focus on the country and the problems the country is facing. The whole week we have seen, most fundamentally, the protests that were even beyond the other week, where a young man was shot by the police. This young man was selling masks, and he lost his life yesterday or the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand if this really gets into the spine of the leadership of this country. that this young man was just standing, and we saw the video. He was not provocative. And then someone tried to say, oh, he was insulting the police. Yes, you can insult the police, but you deserve to be killed. Extrajudicial killings are becoming a serious problem in our country. The demonstration by the Gen Zs, they are Gen Zs. They are the jobless. They're the ones who are facing many, many issues in this country. Without jobs, life has become impossible. Their parents, the heavy taxation has deprived even their parents of the little money they can help them with, even food, the basic needs. These issues that are being raised, Victor, are real. These are real issues. Even the president has acknowledged the economic issues here that to be dealt with in our country. But how do we deal with them is the question. The clergy came out clearly and said, we cannot kill our children. Let's talk. Clergy didn't say, we're encouraging demonstrations. The clergy said, demonstrations are protected by the Constitution, but do not shoot to kill Kenyan youth. Over 100 are already dead. We see this as a joke. The clergy are on the right path. Any sane Kenyan could call for dialogue, for a discussion. Let us listen to our children. We have our children of that age in our homes. We don't force them to do things. We don't use the cane on them. But we speak, we talk. When we differ, we know we have agreed to go different ways. And a country cannot be built by fortifying the police, giving police more guns, now changing the law in order to give the police more power to kill. Another issue, we had goons hired, and we have seen hired goons on the streets with djembe sticks, and they clobbered people on the day Albert, they were mourning Albert on the streets through those demonstrations. Nobody has taken responsibility. There is a problem with political responsibility and accountability. Our politicians just say whatever they want to say, they do whatever they want to do without accountability. Who has been arrested over that? And I know there's a politician in Nairobi, a top politician in Nairobi, who spoke even before this happened. That let them come, we shall meet on the street. Then the wounds are there, and they clobbered people. People were killed also during that time. That's the time this young man was shot in the head. And we have seen the autopsies that were done yesterday, Victor. All the three were shot, fatally shot. It blown a young man's brains. What is the anger by the state? Why is the state so angry against its own people? Those are the issues being raised in this country of ours. There is, I think, in a sense, there is a loss of authority. You know, when you lose authority, you resort to power. If you feel that your children are not listening to you, you might pick a nyaunyo and try to correct them. But that means you have lost authority and legitimacy in your own house. So this use of force sends a signal that there is a problem with the Kenyan leadership. Not necessarily at the top, but generally. Nobody will tell the king that you're naked. Nobody will call anybody to dialogue and say, our leaders, let us come together. Instead, you can see they're posturing. They're sending goons to burn places, blame each other. I'm not saying nobody did from the other side. It's like they're competing who would outdo who with in the political landscape. Finally, I would like to say, we have seen also yesterday, because we are looking at up to today, yesterday, 42,000 students who qualified to join university say they don't want to go to university. They want to do something else.
Yeah, there was that.
Last year, about 80,000 Kenyans dropped out of university, and some did not join the same way. And this number keeps on growing. Does it not concern the leadership of this country? That the youth now even don't want to go to university? Because we have made life impossible. Even university education has become so expensive. The youth cannot pay. Parents cannot pay with the difficult economic situation in our country. These are real issues. This is our future. And we shouldn't just sweep it under the carpet. This issue should be discussed.
Okay.
And money actually allocated more money allocated to education. They were saying, oh, we allocate more money to education. Universities are still reeling. I will tell you that universities have not paid salaries, and perhaps they're not going to pay salaries soon. So what does that portend to a country that is as young as ours? 70% of our population in Africa, over 70%, are youth. We must invest in education, and good education for that matter.
Okay. That was, I did not interrupt any of you because I wanted to give you the foundation to start the discussion. It's 7:30, and there's one thing I want us to do. Mwalimu Sosyan, are you happy? I want to give you coffee.
It depends.
No, I want to give you coffee. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with more. I can see the energy levels now try to... Yes, we woke up at 3 a.m., all of us. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
Kwa nini familia inapewa uzito mkubwa katika Uislamu? Katika mafundisho ya Kiislamu, familia ni zawadi kutoka kwa Mwenyezi Mungu.
Akitueleza kuhusiana na umuhimu wa kuhifadhiana siri.
Ima yamefanyika mchana au usiku, yaliyozungumzwa mchana au usiku, lakini yakawa yamekusudiwa kuwa ni siri. Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala aweze kwenda kutuhifadhia mambo yetu na kwenda kuyanyoosha katika maisha yetu inshallah.
Sinaiga mfano wake.
Ruka basi.
Nipe mabao.
Nani?
Za kuniambia kutoka jana asubuhi mpaka saa hizi tumetumia shilingi 1800.
Ukisikia wale wana magumu wa kwanza ni wewe.
Hapana. Sasa 1800 nitoe wapi? Mimi mwenyewe sijimudu. Ndio mwingine nituwekelee mzigo.
Habari ya kuniambia ati sijui wapata mshahara, sijui walimu, sijui una kazi kubwa, uwe na kazi ndogo, sio shida yangu.
Angalia chini. Ngoja. Sio unajifanya mjanja sana.
Nikite cha nini? Akikuletea shida saa nyingine kararue.
Utakaumiza bure aka.
Wewe naye unaona kuna kizaazaa hapa auza mtoto
wake. Kumbe ni wewe ndio mwenye kumshauri mambo ya harusi ya?
Down to measurement and preparation. Somebody will be crucified. Somebody will be really crucified.
You're talking to an expert.
Somebody will land.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I wish you could see the joy on Sosyan's face now that there is enough coffee. All right. Welcome back, gentlemen. So let's talk about this. We are mending bridges, because I know the energy levels was going down. I've taken the lead, literally. So let's talk about the aspect of the national ethos, gentlemen, because let me start with you, Sosyan, because now the situation is for all of us. It doesn't matter who is right and who is wrong. when a mistake has happened, there must be some middle ground for sense to reign and take effect. When you say the police, the Gen Z, the national government, etc., all of us will be throwing jabs and blame games. But are we taking some steps back and realizing where the mistake is? Whether from the national government, whether it's from the police, from Wanjiko, who is bringing that sense to the national limelight?
We cannot have a country that is disintegrating under lawlessness, and of course we're kind of drifting into a laissez-faire system where people do what they wish without caring, and without bothering how they affect others. You must bother about how you affect your neighbor, how you affect your brother with your own actions. We must now live as human beings. We cannot hide under instruments that we created as a country, the constitution, and laws and the rest, to do wrong things. We cannot push the blame to certain quarters, like we are blaming the police, we are blaming this and that. I think it is time we begin reasoning as a country. There are great values of this republic. The founding fathers gave us, and they say, nchi ya Kenya iwe na amani, nchi ya Kenya iwe na umoja, nchi ya Kenya iwe na mapenzi. Under uhuru, ile tulikuwa tunapata. Uhuru haikuwa ya kuchezea. Freedom was not to be misused. Freedom was supposed to give us fountains of love in this country. Great unity and peace. Those are values. And it is the responsibility of every Kenyan to espouse those values in all what we do, in all what we are engaged.
Okay, I'll sort out
and so
your mic. Allow me just to somebody's going to sort it out. Sorry, I'll come back to you. Just hold it that. Peter, probably you can just pick from where he's left.
Yeah, so I want to confirm that at present, for our country to come back to its senses, so to speak, we have to do a national reset. And a national reset would revolve around accepting to be governed and to be led by the rule of law as individuals and as a nation. So that before I go out to demonstrate, I will go out to demonstrate within the confines of the law. Before I start saying 1, 2, 3 concerning my neighbor, my brother, I will do that within the confines of law, understanding that where my rights ends is where the right of my neighbor starts.
Yes.
That to me is foundational. The other thing I would also want to reflect on as we look at the aspect of reset, so that the nation can have a progressive conversation around the things affecting us as a country, is that we need also to agree and to accept that any wrong done anywhere or to any group is a wrong done everywhere and to all groups. Such that when a policeman shoots to kill a citizen, it is illegal, it is wrong, it deserves to be punished within the law. At the same time, when a demonstrator croppers a police and assault such an officer during his in conduct of his official duty, that must be condemned with the strongest terms possible. When a leader stands out in public and says that police should shoot to kill, that again needs to be condemned, and that therefore needs to be accepted as an illegal order. So what I'm saying is that at the current dispensation and where we are as a country, we have sunk so deep, and each one of us, whether in leadership or being led, have a responsibility and a duty to accept that a national reset is necessary. And this reset, the beginning point is to accept to be governed by the roles that are there to lead us. Let's have proper reference to the statutes that we have so that the country can start knowing peace.
Okay.
In that environment of the rule of law, then it is possible to have a conversation around our steps in the days to come.
Okay. I'll give Sosion 1 minute, just for you not to forget the point you're making. Then I come back to Ambassador Dr.
You know, you touched on key thing, national values.
And ethos, yes.
Of the country and ethos, which of course is anchored on patriotism for our country. And I touched on the key clarion goals at independence. So we should not be talking about still fighting for freedom. We got freedom.
Yes.
We have it. We can only do much with it. And the values of love, peace, and unity, it did not start the other day. I think sometimes we lose track. And even when we look at education, the national goals of education is at least national unity. It's very clear about it. So are we witnessing breakdown of values and value systems that slowly and slowly we are turning into animals and beasts who cannot reason over issues? And these issues are well seized within the hands of government. If you look at the president's key 5 pillars, it speaks to the social and economic issues that are afflicting the country. And therefore, it invites the entire country to apply their minds and engage in constructive conversations to alleviate the socio-economic challenges facing this country, like youth unemployment. Yeah, it's a key thing. The president is working very hard in that front, extremely hard in that front. Those who don't want to see are those who are interested in calculating to take over power in 2027. There is one thing that we have to be very clear here. We speak about democracy, we speak about human rights, we speak about freedom when you're looking for power. And I think that is the wrong corridor to use. Those who want to advance their politics, let them do politics decently. And after all, that right is granted under Article 38. Every Kenyan is free to exercise political rights, but not to the extent of using vulnerable groups like the youth, misusing institutions. Let our institutions work. Condemning the police. I think as a worker leader, I also look at the police as workers who do a difficult job. And Dr. Bosire here should be able to write a thesis of what happens if we remove police from operation only for 15 minutes in Kenya.
I finished school. I can't
only 15 minutes in Kenya. But you can supervise a thesis in that area. Why can't you supervise? That is when we will know the value of the police. Our police value, and they matter. Let us help the police to be sophisticated, to be modernized, and to be a true service. Let us not demonize the police, while at the same time, let's follow the law. Let's follow the law. And I was seeing a clip the other day over the California demonstrations, or was it Los Angeles? And I think the police sheriff there was giving guidelines that if you run away, there is a way they will handle you. If you attack the police, then your relatives should prepare to meet you at the cemetery, because you can't do that. It's against the law. So attacking, imagine invading a police station. As far as I know, walking even to a police station and touching a pen is prohibited. You can't do that. It's a protected security area. Can you imagine beating up a police officer? And when you talk about goons, it's an indicator of lawlessness. I've been in Nairobi City, and I know militia groups and these goons, they have existed for long. And they operate a part of the operations and activities within Nairobi. And that is why we have to be very clear about demonstration. Who is demonstrating? I am the professor of demonstration in the Republic of Kenya. None has led demonstration for many days like I have done. And you know, you have to organize your people, those who are demonstrating, so that they're not infiltrated by non-demonstrators. And you are able to organize your message and deliver your message. I could lead demonstrations from NAT headquarters of thousands of teachers. Present memoranda at Jogo, present memoranda at the office of the Prime Minister, present memoranda at Parliament, and come back peacefully. And I would superintend such activities all over the country.
That is a structured,
and they
that
were
is a structured
not
union.
infiltrated.
That is a structured union.
And of course, they were not infiltrated. And that is how all demonstrations as envisaged in Article 37.
Allow me to ask this, for the sake of Mwananchi, who is the beneficiary of Maandamano or protests, under Article 37. But then now, that's a structured union. You have a memorandum and you know how you're going to do it.
Article 37 envisages structured demonstration.
Thank you. So who's going to give a structured demonstrations countrywide? Who is the leader? I mean,
you can't have demonstrations without
from
a leader. And that is why now there's and I agree very strongly, it was wrong to put a very serious clause in Article 37 without drafting a bill to implement it. We need a bill to guide that process so that we have orderly demonstrations.
Very well.
And we can see the youth protected in their own demonstrations.
I'll come back to that because it's on the papers. The same was started by former Mbeere North MP, Godfrey Ruku.
Yes.
Again, now it's also back.
It is back, and it will have to be there.
Very well.
And not only demonstrations, even public participation. There must be a public participation act to guide how the public participation is done. There must be a referendum act to guide on how referendum is done.
Yes.
So those are lacunas in our constitution.
Now, thank you, Victor. Maybe I could start from the demonstrations. I think there is a problem, with the state that thinks that demonstrations should not be legalized. Or they're not legal, because we have a constitution. Sociona has spoken very well. We did a demonstration last year in November in town, and this was WASU. And we marched peacefully. And when WASU is marching, it's organized very well. The routes are properly spelled in our notice to the police. And the police came to the grounds at the University of Nairobi to stop us from getting out. Reason, we did not understand, therefore we did not obey, so we went to town. And in town we were going to Parliament, as he has stated, Treasury and Education. Those are the main places, and we had given a notice. But then they confront us in town with tear gas, and we were not infiltrated. Nobody destroyed anybody's property. But we were dispersed, others, about 20 of us were arrested, no charges were preferred on us. We were released in the evening and went home. Now, that is the nature of state we're dealing with. It doesn't matter whether they say law, because we have a constitution. But the government does not seem to obey the constitution. And one of the values is the rule of law. One of the values, national values, is the rule of law. Is human dignity, is human rights, is democracy, it's equity, it is social justice. All these besides patriotism, unity, national cohesion, and all these other issues. How can we coexist as a people in one country when these injustices are always perpetrated and the beneficiaries are the politicians using the state to protect their political interests? And this is very clear. I don't think anybody will contradict what I'm saying. And that is where the problem lies. Why should we weaken institutions of governance in the country? Then we see the consequences are that there is a breakdown. The state is collapsing slowly because we have weakened institutions. one of the issues that has been mentioned by my brother here is someone, a CS, of course, Murkomen, giving instructions to the police at a police station. Is he now operating an operational guy? Yeah? The IG is independent, is the one to control the police service. We saw that the IG has a meeting and speaks exactly as the politician, the same language as the politician. Who is going now to trust? The problem is, who is going to trust these institutions that have been weakened and actually that seems to have been captured by the state? Political leaders, the political executive of this country. And now nobody looks at the issues, Victor, the issues that are actually facing this country. We have talked about the cost of living being high, unemployment, corruption, nepotism, and cronyism. Because there are some people here who think they are above the law. We have seen the insults that are being spewed out by politicians and people who are close to the powers that be in this country, calling people names and what we cannot mention. I cannot speak those words here. And we have seen it all. But where are they driving the country? They are the ones who are driving the country into lawlessness. The young people are watching and seeing how they are swimming in opulence. The same people who are condemning, who are giving instructions to Takutana. So, let me say, for example, we cannot sweep this under the carpet. Someone, an MP in Rift Valley, said the other day, he's going to send goons to the streets of Eldoret and parts of Kenya and prepare for it before now the Gen Z memorial. And it was a memorial. These children were going out to mourn about 70 of them who were killed last year, in June last year. And he actually sent the wounds to Eldoret. They were seen.
Okay.
Some of them were arrested. But this is the country we are talking about. This is the country we are talking about. And finally, please, the president said on national television that he is going to protect the police. You know, my worry is, as a Kenyan citizen, the police are supposed to protect Kenyans, and the president swore to protect Kenyans with their property. How does he now turn the equation that is going to protect the police? Rather than protecting Kenyan citizens, the police becomes an institution or a tool to be able to do this. So in other words, protect the police against who? Against the citizens? Then we shall have lost it. The best we can do is to reform the police, equip the police, even with these values, teach them properly, train them properly, to understand how to deal with the people, the crowd. The Los Angeles don't use garnish meat to shoot. If they want even to arrest somebody, they shoot on the leg. They tase him. They use tasers. We can acquire tasers. You tase somebody, anaanguka, unashika, unaweka pingu, unaweka kwa gari, unapeleka.
Gentlemen, let's talk about, because when you want to break down the aspect of national cohesion and, you know, the national ethos, we have it. But the aspect of civic education and awareness on the side of Wanjiku, you know, police officers are trained on how to deal with riots, all right? That is their profession, you know, 9 months, 1 year in police college and all that. But who is giving this awareness to Wanjiku and the civic education? Because when they are left to do anything, you know, at whim, then we will always end up with the situation we have been last year, last week, last month, and all that. More deaths will always occur because police officers are trained to deal with riot situations.
Let me comment quickly. Police live with us. They are our brothers, they are our sisters. We build even police stations at home, and, you know, we contribute and make sure the police live well with us. And we know their role. I don't think Wanjiku does not know the role of the police. They know the role of the police.
There should be more. There should be more.
The problem for me,
civic education out there.
The problem, Victor, I agree with you, maybe there is need for civic education. But these police are not from outside. They are not like the military from the barracks. We live with them in our communities. We always go to the police station when we have issues.
My question is, Doc.
And we are not fighting. The public is not fighting the police.
Who is out there to highlight to Wanjiku on the limits? We have to condemn attack on police station.
True.
That one we have to condemn. So who
it is illegal. It's a crime.
Right?
It's a crime.
It's a crime.
Yeah, it's
so
a crime.
Who is there to tell Wanjiku? You know, It's a criminal offense, even to be caught with just one bullet.
Victor, I would just like to say
offense,
for a moment,
you can go to jail.
Just a point that
right?
the problem for me is not even civic education with the public on the role of the police. For me, the problem is those who control the police.
Okay.
That is where the problem lies. Why should police kill? It's abhorrent, and I condemn the strongest terms those who attack the police. Police are there to help the public, to maintain public order, but there are those who have failed to ensure accountability on some rogue police officers who are perhaps protecting certain interests that come out and they shoot on the head.
Yeah.
For me, that is not a public issue. It is an issue of the police, policing.
Thank you. Peter.
Let me say that every market has a madman. And therefore, when one police officer does something unexpected, something weird, we cannot again come here and condemn wholesale the entire police service in the whole country. There are isolated cases of police officers going overboard. And these extrajudicial killing and all that. Those specific officers should be held accountable for their actions. Majority of the police officers, as the professor has observed, is that they are professional. We support them. We have built, the community has built police stations, and they have worked to a large extent in support of their work, because it's a benefit that we draw from their services. They spend long hours in the night while we sleep to make sure our sleep is sound. And therefore, every peace-loving Kenyan should be able to appreciate and thank the police for who they are. But of course, just like we have some citizens who are going overboard and assaulting and burning police stations and stealing firearms, those are mad people. And they are increasing by the day. And therefore, this panel, this morning, I see we have a point of convergence, that the rule of law is a point of reset that we should all encourage, so that the general public agrees that even when they are agitated, they need to express their views within the confines of the law. The confines of the law does not include barricading roads, does not include assaulting police officers and burning police stations. The rule of law does not include insulting our leaders. The rule of law says that, yes, we have this issue that needs address. We will make our statement when time for that comes. For example, if we are not happy with the current administration, it's easy, it's free, that in 2027, there will be a general election. Let's avail ourselves there, armed with our ID card and voter's card, and we express our anger there at the ballot box. And we say that, yes, this government has done what we wanted. We'll give them a second term. No, this government has not done what we wanted, and we will not renew their term. And therefore, it is pointless to keep talking about demonstration and human rights and all that while we are doing that outside the law. And therefore, the point of reset to this nation, currently as we speak, is accepting that, yes, there are grievances, 100% there are grievances. How do we express our views? How do we put across those grievances? Banning, vandalizing businesses for our fellow Kenyans is not one of the ways. Breaking doors. For example, when we went to demonstrate outside the Stanley Hotel, my heart bleeded, because this hotel has tourists. These tourists in their rooms, they are inhaling tear gas. My suspicion is that the following day they checked out. Immediately they got safe. They checked out and vanished to other hotels. These people might never come to tour Kenya again. And therefore, we're looking at a future where our hotels will close. We have Intercontinental Hotel next door. It is closed. We have Hilton Hotel. It's closed. The Stanley, I'm sure it is now suffering low occupancy. Our Gen Zs, our youth, our fathers, our parents are employees there. What do we expect? We are crying about joblessness. It is important for us to understand that it is not the business of government to employ.
Thank you.
The government cannot employ every single Kenyan who is competent to do a certain job. But the government can create a conducive environment for investment. so that investors and investors can come, employers can expand their business and hire more people. So it is a fallacy for us to destroy the economy and again cry that we are losing our jobs.
Thank you. Director is generous enough. Thank you, that Peter. Thank you, that's quite profound. Director is quite generous to us. It's 8 a.m., but he's given us 3 more minutes. Sosion, you know how we do it. That is your camera. 1 minute. I know you're a gentleman. How to make Kenya great.
And I think we should get out of these shenanigans of arguments and
all right,
lawlessness.
Your 1 minute begins right now. So address that in 1 minute, then Peter, 1 minute, Daktari.
Get out of the shenanigans of dirty politics and wrong engagements with intent of getting power in 2027 and accept to be an orderly country of peace, love, unity, and with strong values, and focus on the leadership. Every country has a leader, and the leader for Kenya at the moment is President William Ruto. He has an agenda with clear pillars that is meant to resolve serious socio-economic challenges, including youth unemployment. And therefore, it is reasonable for all Kenyans to support the transformational agenda that transcends agriculture, MSME, ICT, infrastructure, housing, which is a major revolution, UHC, among many others. Let's do this for the 5-year period and then evaluate the delivery of the president's agenda in 5 years. And if you have a contrary opinion, you have the power of the ballot, but you don't have the power to destroy the country now. We don't have the power to engage in lawlessness. We don't have the power to pretend to be engaging in demonstrations, but then we are engaged in political violence and destruction. That is wrong. I think it is now a moment for us to choose common sense as a country and accept that we are a country with leadership, and we must accept to be led by those who are leading us. And we must allow the institutions that have been created by the Constitution to operate.
Thank you very much. Well put. Peter.
My 1 minute begins now.
Your 1 minute begins now. How to make Kenya great. Camera 2, go.
Last week on Thursday, my neighbor, who is a senior police officer in this country, visited my place. I have a young son, 22 years now, third year at Chuka University, and he asked him, Alan, did you go for demonstrations? He said, no. And then he asked, why didn't you go? He said, you cannot lead by following blindly. And to me, when I heard that response, I realized it was so deep. And it's the same advice I would give to every demonstrator, that you cannot be a leader if you are following blindly. I hope we've each taken our point. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Daktari, how to make Kenya great? Where is his camera, Daktari? Okay, camera 1. Yes. Straight to the camera.
I think the best is for all of us as Kenyan citizens to think about country first, and then us and our friends and politicians second. We must rethink about the future of our country, and mainly the future of our youth, who are the majority in our country and across Africa. We must empower them, and significantly empower them, to be able to vent for themselves and take the leadership of this country and take our country forward. The state must restrain itself from using excessive force on demonstrators, people who are expressing themselves. The state has to end corruption, and all of us must be together to end corruption, because as we speak, there is an extractive attitude within the state. The government can only be efficient if institutions are strengthened and given authority to make decisions and implement those decisions that will be life-changing for our people in this country. If we have to do it at the ballot, that is still within the constitutional provisions of this country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So let's do our self-assessment. Can we assess Sosion's submission? The two of you. I think his point was rule of law, rule of the power of the ballot, 2027, and just letting the current regime to work, which I think is quite fundamental. Let's chime into his point.
Yeah, I would say that in a democracy, it is the people who make those fundamental decisions to change the government. In fact, the current government was brought in through an election, and it can also be removed through an election. And nobody pretends that there is extra legal means of changing government, because those are political rhetorics. And when people demonstrate, they are not demonstrating that it's not treasonable to demonstrate. And finally, there is this issue of 100 meters, which we didn't talk about. 100 meters from Parliament. Where is 100 meters from Parliament? Itakuwa wapi? Moi Avenue. You know that Parliament is a house of the people. That is a symbolism of the rule by the people. Because it's Parliament where these discussions, our representative seat on our behalf. And they want to barricade it. They want to have a law that says that I can demonstrate at the University of Nairobi if it's 100 meters to get to Parliament to give them my petition or our petitions. I think we should rethink. Democracy is both responsibility. We have a responsibility to protect our democracy. We have a history. In the 1990s.
I think, Prof, while I even agree with you about the distance, that is it's just a mere proposal. But I think there is clear, loud thinking that the demonstration areas should be designated, which is the truth. If you go to Washington, the White House, there is a corner and a fence that is designated for demonstrations, and those demonstrations are conducted on a daily basis, and they're allowed and they're permissible on the fence of the White House. And so this proposal of how somebody may have said 100 meters away, but of course that is a proposal. I think the whole of this legislation will go through process of public participation. So Parliament should designate a specific point at the entrance where the public can deposit their petitions. And it's legislated that when petitioners visit Parliament, they must be received by officers of Parliament, including clerks.
Thank you very much.
That's how we need to strengthen legislation.
Allow me to have that newspaper.
Where I go to receive
let me have that newspaper. Let's take a look at what we have on the front pages. Very good. Before we go home, on the front page of the Daily Nation, Ruto's draconian bill on protest. Actually, that's what we've been discussing here. Stung by a wave of youth-led anti-government protests, President William Ruto's administration has lined up a new bill that seeks to demarcate areas for holding demos while also stipulating fines and jail terms for anyone found in non-designated locations such as Parliament, police stations, courts, and other protected areas. I think, and again, there's that story which I think because we have run out of time. No, thank you. Over 42,000 students shun university placement. This is which was given out yesterday by CS Ogamba yesterday. A worrying trend, gentlemen. But I think this is going to give more powers to TVETs, which I think the government is also pushing.
Yeah, so that they can go out to Saudi Arabia to do those things that they want to do. We can't provide decent jobs.
What's on the front page of the Star? Dr. Balozi? Star?
Yeah, Star. We said State House and Bunge no-go zone in new anti-demos bill.
Thank you. Down there, I think that's the president during his tour.
Yeah, the president in Europe with the UK, is strengthening Kenya-UK trade ties.
Very good. Yeah. That's on the front page. And Peter, the Standard?
The blood money.
Okay.
Whatever this is all about, the headline seems to have been coined by a person from hell
No.
What?
Let me read it. Let me just read it.
As you read, there is much more on this.
Allow me just to handle it.
There is
very
also
pessimistic, very pessimistic, very negative. It just tells us that we are living in hell, which is wrong.
That's what's on the front page of the Standard.
It's wrong. It's wrong message.
It's all because of what is happening in the country, and it's now become routine, almost a ritual. The state pulls the trigger, then shows up with flowers at a fact check. I mean, basically, take a look. Just go and buy your local newspaper at your local vendor and read for yourself. I wish I had more time. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We need to wrap it up there. It has been a very good conversation. National ethos and reconciliation, where we need to find our footing as a nation moving forward. Wilson Sosion, former NAT Secgen, and former nominated member of parliament, as well as former CE. Yes.
Secretary General.
Chief Administrative Secretary.
Chief Administrative.
Of Tourism and
so many formers. Peter Zero is a political analyst. And Dr. Ambassador Dr. Bosire.
Honestly, Victor.
Yes.
When there is donation to support funeral for people that have passed on, it paints the wrong picture to the mourning family to say that the donation is blood money. It paints the wrong picture.
Those are language of pessimists.
No, you kill and you go money.
Tulikuwa tunamaliza. Dr. Bosire is a lecturer of political science.
Ambassador Dr. Richard Bosire.
Thank you. Ambassador Dr. Richard Bosire.
Yes.
Neighbor next door. Gentlemen, situmalize maneno.
I
need to add you more tea. Off air. Thank you for watching. I'm Victor Lo. Bye-bye.
Hard hit.
Looking to advertise on KBC? KBC announcement services are now available on eCitizen. Visit kbc.ecitizen.go.ke and fill out the online application form. It's simple. 1. Complete the form. 2. Upload required documents. 3. Receive a quotation based on word count. And 4. Get notified via SMS when your announcement is ready. Please note, clearly indicate the type of announcement, service station, and all relevant details. 2. All applications must be made online only. Manual submissions will not be accepted. And 3. Announcements will air after news bulletins. For assistance, reach us on email ecitizen@kbc.co.ke or use our social media handles, Facebook, your Facebook account, and X at your X account. Or you can call us on 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124. KBC announcements. Simple, fast, and digital.
Hello, fabulous ladies. Welcome to the talk show that's all about sisterhood, empowerment, and unfiltered conversation. We will be focusing on women.
We believe in women.
We are really changing. We are creating a safe space for women to connect, thrive, and share.
Just because you're a woman on a bike, you're labeled in a certain way.
It's not just a talk show, it's a movement. When they're standing, we need to stand out. From heartwarming tales to hilarious adventures. They could ask me, Catherine, why are you learning? We are turning the spotlight on women who are breaking barriers in their individual fields.
You have to have a vision. You are the leaders of Kenya today.
Keeping it honest and relatable.
Mental health is real.
Yes.
Where there is no communication, there is no relationship.
Join the sisterhood on KBC TV for Dada's Show.
Kila mwisho wa juma hapa katika dunia.
Data indicates that over 120 million people across the globe are forcibly displaced, making them refugees. This is according to the UNHCR. That is by the year 2025. Major causes driven by conflict, climate shocks, as well as crackdowns. So what does this mean for humanitarian aid, especially to those who are seeking asylum? We are discussing the fate of refugees and what those who are in this value chain have to say in regard to this matter. Joining us on KBC Channel 1 is none other than Zumratai Akin, the Vice President of the World Yoga Congress. Thank you very much for your time. I'm Regina Manyara. You can give us feedback. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1.
Thank you, Regina.
What is your take on the current status? You know, the status report that has just been released here, 120 million people displaced forcibly in 2025.
That's an incredibly huge number, and I think it just shows that there are ongoing conflicts around the world that impacts millions of people, and that refugees are they don't want to leave their countries. They're forced to leave because of either conflicts, authoritarian crackdowns, repression, climate change, religious persecution. It's an urgent call for the international community to act to protect these refugees, because refugees are extremely vulnerable people. They don't flee because they have a choice. They flee because they don't have any choice. And I think it's the responsibility, the moral collective responsibility of the world to intervene and protect these vulnerable groups.
Now, as geopolitics continues playing out, we're seeing that refugees are increasingly, portrayed as security threats. What is your take on that?
I think there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation that are sponsored by authoritarian governments a lot of the times, but also by democracies that see these people as threats because it's foreign to them. I myself am a refugee. I left my homeland at a very young age to settle in Canada. Fortunately, Canada is a very multicultural country and accepts refugees. Of course, there are a few people that may have committed, acts of criminal acts or others. However, that does not represent millions of people. And I think that's exactly what governments are using to their advantage to promote this idea that these refugees, these vulnerable people are threats to security because they want to control the narrative.
There's a shrinking asylum space with a majority of developed countries now tightening asylum policies. We are seeing a shift from temporary protection and not full asylum. What's your take on that?
I think these countries have responsibility because the political instability, these are also consequences of colonialism and the colonial era that created these inequalities and the land grabbing, the resource stealing, and I think, and it has devastated the continent here and also in Latin America or in Asia. And I believe that these powers have a big responsibility to make things better, to provide mechanisms, to provide resources, tools, so that these communities, these countries can come out of these difficulties to help. And I think, forums like the United Nations are there to do exactly that. But today we see that it's getting complicated by politicization of human rights, of other issues.
All right. Now, we're also saying that we have climate-related displacements, in light of climate change and such. But yet, climate refugees lack the formal legal status under the 1951 Refugee Convention. From where you sit, what are recommendations you'd give?
Corporations have a big role to play in this because I think in an area where we're looking at more and more climate disasters and also the flow of climate refugees, I think corporations need to do better, governments need to do better to not only understand this issue but also normalize it and accept that climate refugees are just as any other refugees that are seeking, for example, political repression. And I think there needs needs to be funding available to those who are working on the ground, the local people, the local communities that are working in these extremely difficult, I think, situations. They need to be supported in a way or another. And I think also there needs to be global awareness about these, the case of climate refugees, but also global solidarity.
Even as the Global Compact is pushing for sharing and long-term solutions, why do you think we're having a sense of reluctance, from the big players, the developed countries actually alleviating the burden of these African states that are hosting millions of refugees?
I think it comes down to the political willpower. I think there's a real lack of willpower from these countries, but also I think there's economy, right? There's trade, but I think it's not just the responsibility of just democracies and Western world. It's a responsibility of the entire world, international community. And yes, I think there also needs to be political willpower.
All right. So what has been experienced, when it comes to work and movement? You've said you're a refugee yourself. How have the local integration models worked for you? To allow movement as well as work? How's it been?
I think it's really important, if you take my own case, as Uyghur who grew up in the West, community really does matter. I think community building is something that I do now for a living. I do a lot of that community engagement, but also making sure that governments around the world understand the power of community, the power of grassroots, the power of people, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. And listening to the stories of people who have gone through the worst is extremely, I think, humbling, and it reminds you of why we're here on this earth, is to be kind to one another. And I think the refugee issue is just another example. But I do believe that a lot of countries are using, like you said earlier, the narrative of securitization to basically crack down on refugees. These cases still happen every day, and I think this needs to be tackled by everyone.
So now we find ourselves with the UN NGO funding crisis. The humanitarian aid is quite stretched thin, and it's affecting food, shelter, education, and health. From where you sit, how do we correct this? For the sake of those who find themselves in places that are not home.
Absolutely, it's impacted a lot of people, a lot of different sectors, and of course, health is definitely one. But I think again, these issues are not just issues that should be, taken care of or focused by one government, right? It has to be the responsibility of multiple governments, of institutions, because I think we can't just be stuck in theory. We need to be pragmatic and act. And a lot of these countries, for example, in the global north, need to show that they care, need to show that yes, they have human rights development projects in their foreign policy agendas, but if they don't actually put the money where it matters, then those would all only be empty talk. So we recommend that these governments also start acting, because it's not just one government's responsibility. Again, it's the multilateral system that needs to be that needs to deal with these crises. And I think only together we can solve these issues and impact the lives of people for the better.
In this particular suggestion that you've made, there's also a recommendation, for shared responsibility.
Yes.
Where does the host country come in? In this discussions, devil's advocates who've been sitting, or rather opponents of having refugees in one's country, said that we do not have enough ourselves. Why should we be welcoming to others? What would you respond? What would you say to them?
Because I think it's, it goes back to the notion of shared responsibility. And I think it goes back to, again, the colonial era of abuse and all of the things that came with the colonial era. And I think shared responsibility is definitely something that needs to be, tackled. And I mean, we have so many different multilateral spaces that we can use to share those responsibilities, to make sure that one country doesn't have to do all of the heavy lifting, that we can do this together. It should be a collaborative approach, and it doesn't mean that the global north is alone in this fight, but it has to be done together with the global south and also civil society organizations.
So in conclusion, from where you sit, do you think we are doing enough by refugees across the world?
I think there needs to be more protection. There needs to be a reform of all of the bureaucratic processes that are making things even slower. Right now, the extremely heavy bureaucracy and other things have complicated the matter.
Okay. How about if we leverage technology, to aid conversation as well as identification?
I think that would be extremely, I think that's the future. That's where it's going. Of course, there are different difficulties and I think sensitivities around the safety of people. For example, if you come from an authoritarian state, then you might not want AI, your data to be in the cloud somewhere, to be leaked. But I think it can, for most cases, if it's not too sensitive, it can be used, leveraged to facilitate all of the bureaucratic processes and to, for example, lift some of these extremely demanding, for example, forms. I mean, when you're asking extremely vulnerable people, traumatized people to fill in very complicated forms, it's not realistic to their reality. It doesn't join them. So I think AI can be a tool to uplift some of these challenges.
Take home, or rather, what advice would you give to the government, the host government, to make the lives of refugees better, more palatable, so to speak, from your end?
I think there needs to be, it goes back to political willpower, there needs to be concrete discussions. They need to engage with the people themselves, with the local communities, because they're the ones that are closest to these hard realities. And I think once they listen to these stories, they might want to, do more. They might be incited to do more. And I think this really does matter. And it also gives local communities, I think, some encouragement, some positive news that these governments are carrying, or at least it's a first step for dialogue. So that would be, I guess, my takeaway.
There you have it. In order to ensure that refugees get the humanitarian support that they require, it's not a one-man show, so to speak. It's not a one-government say. It's a multilateral approach. That is what those who are in the value chain are advocating for. We have been hosting none other than Zumratai Akin, Vice President of the Yuga World Congress, and that is her take home. I'm Regina Mayara. Have a great day ahead.
Say the art without art would just be, get it? We circumnavigate the globe and traverse the local scene to bring you art and culture at their very best. From fine art, culinary art, performing arts, and even cultural events, you name it, and we have got you covered. My name is Kevin Kasioki, and I will be serving you this and much, much more each and every Friday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Hello, fabulous ladies. Welcome to the talk show that's all about sisterhood, empowerment, and unfiltered conversation. We will be focusing on women. We believe in women.
We are really changing.
We are creating a safe space for women to connect, thrive, and share.
Just because you're a woman on a bike, you're labeled in a certain way.
It's not just a talk show, it's a movement.
When they are standing, we need to stand out.
From heartwarming tales to hilarious adventures.
They could ask me, Catherine,
Why are you learning? We are turning the spotlight on women who are breaking barriers in the individual fields.
You have to have a vision. You are the leaders of Kenya today.
Keeping it honest and relatable.
Mental health is real.
Yes.
Where there is no communication, there is no relationship.
Join the sisterhood on KBC TV for Dada's Show.
As Kenya and Japan mark decades of diplomatic ties, trade relations between the two nations continue to flourish. But beneath the optimism lies a sobering reality. The balance of trade remains heavily tilted in Japan's favor. A high-level business forum in Osaka aims to confront this challenge head-on. It is a gathering of minds and markets. Top government officials and business leaders from Kenya and Japan are meeting on the sidelines of the Expo 2025 Osaka. At the heart of the discussions is how Kenya can carve a bigger slice of the Japanese export market. Kenya's Cabinet Secretary for Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, is leading the delegation in seeking solutions to long-standing hurdles.
The trade balance has consistently been in favor of Japan, with the current ratio at about 1:13 due to the high level of imports compared to exports from Kenya. In 2024, Kenya's exports to Japan were valued at $69.2 million, while imports were valued at $816 million, resulting in a deficit of 747 million. Kenya's exports to Japan point to a high reliance on raw materials and traditional agricultural commodities, whereas Kenya's imports from Japan are mainly vehicles, transportation equipment, and raw materials.
Among the key concerns raised in early engagements, including during the Kenya Diaspora Dinner, are the lack of direct flights of perishable goods and the high cost of freight, twin challenges that continue to undermine Kenya's export potential in Japan.
We are actively working to enhance trade facilitation, improve regulatory frameworks, and promote sustainable and inclusive growth, aligning with Kenya's Vision 2030 and the bottom-up economic transformation model.
Investors have also been urged to enhance value addition for their goods so that they can have better chances at penetrating the Japanese market. On his part, the Director General of Japan External Trade Organization, Hideki Sho, reiterated on the commitment that both business leaders in Japan and Kenya can work together to foster business relations.
In this spirit, Japan remains an open and welcoming market to Kenya as well. On your side, Kenya is a member of the East African community and a common market for Eastern and Southern Africa, and also the African Continental Free Trade Area. And as supply chains take shape in Kenya, we look forward to seeing even greater participation and expansion of Japanese businesses in your good country as a gateway to the region.
The forum is set to spotlight fresh opportunities with focus on areas including tourism, special economic zones, and showcasing Kenya's iconic products and services. A panel discussion also explored ways in which they can elevate Kenya's global brand in the Japanese market. The day's deliberations expected to culminate to strategies that could unlock new trade pathways between Kenya and Japan.
The Japanese audience is willing to engage with Kenyans, and it is up to us as Kenyans to be able to show them what it is that they can be able to engage with, and also the deals and the leads that shall come from such an engagement.
In attendance were members of trade, industry and cooperative committees in both National Assembly and the Senate. They highlighted the challenges and focused more on finding solutions to enable Kenyan exporters access Japanese market.
We have visited the Dungukundu Special Economic Zone, which is a game changer if completed, especially for the export market. There are also legislative gaps which we have identified, which in line with other policy actors, we are going to look around on how to implement that so that we make or lessen trade barriers between Japan and Kenya.
Today's Kenya-Japan High-Level Business Forum is a success with so many people, and we expect a lot will also come out of this forum. We also need to look at the legal framework that may be hindering our export of our products, for us also to be able to gain forex for the Kenyan economy.
With a total population of over 120 million people, Japan presents a ready market for Kenyan exports. Now, issues of value addition and special economic zones are some of the things that have come out during this forum, and the CS for Trade and Industry, that is CS Lee Kinyanjui, has graced the event and also has highlighted how the government of Japan and the government of Kenya have collaborated in matters to do with the development, especially in Kenya. And now we shift gears to see how that will translate to meaningful development within Kenya, and especially when it comes to the issue of export, because Kenya seeks to enhance its export and leveraging on this expo to market itself as an exports hub. That event has just happened, and the hallmark of all this expo is the Kenya National Day that will be happening at the pavilion now at Kansai, where the pavilion or the expo is happening. Now, that event will feature Kenya showcasing its culture and also a sampling of its products. It's a Kenya Day where every Kenyan within Japan can come and visit. There will be visitors from all over. And given that the CEO of K-Proper has also indicated in the last 2 months, they have received over 500,000 visitors to the pavilion, meaning that there will be some meaningful impact that will be gotten from this expo. We'll be bringing you the happenings at the Kenya Day tomorrow, so you want to keep it KBC Channel 1 for this and much more. My name is Mike Megwe. Kenya is being honored. Today is Kenya National Day, where we've had events and, more importantly, to celebrate Kenya as a nation. Remember that Kenya is exhibiting here, trying to woo the Japanese market to become one of the best exporters to Japan. This is something that has happened over the last few days, and Kenyans within here are trying to make sure that whatever message they give out there about Kenya is positive. Remember that this expo has been happening since Saturday. No, not since Saturday, but the events of Kenya Week have started since Saturday, where we had the Kenya diaspora dinner, and also on Sunday we had the Kenya run with champions, something that happened on Sunday just to try and put Kenya on the map. And today the events that are happening here, this is the Kenya stand for the first time. It's the first stop once you get into the expo, where the guests or people from around the world are getting Kenyan flowers, which is one of the things that the country exports. exports to the outer market. Now, Japan is being poised to become one of the best importers of flowers and other products. Remember, when it comes to trade, Japan trades much more in terms of exports more to Kenya than what Kenya exports to Japan. So this is one of the things that is being used to at least show that Kenya is the best place to get raw materials from, and also Japan is becoming a good or is ready to give Kenya that platform to ensure that its export penetrate into Japanese market. The events of today, we've had traditional dancers, and indeed this continues, and people here are lining up and they are very patient when it comes to receiving flowers. This is something that as a nation we need to be proud of, that people recognize Kenya for what it is, for what it exports. Kenya is known all over the world. Everybody wants to get at least a flower from the Kenya stand. Of course, there's another pavilion on the other side of the expo site. We are in Kansai right now here in Japan. This
Thank you for staying with us. This is Good Morning Kenya, and right now we get to Women at the Forefront, which is a segment we normally have each and every Wednesday, where we bring you ladies who are doing amazing work for their community. And today we'll be having one, Gaida Abdallah. Gaida Abdallah is the founder, Girls I Save, and she's here to just talk to us about progress in empowerment and tell us more about the initiative that is Girls I Save. Gaida, welcome to Good Morning Kenya.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing perfectly okay.
All right, it's a pleasure to have you on board today. Let's begin by you telling us what Girls I Save is all about. Tell us everything about it.
Thank you so much. So Girls I Save is an initiative that supports young girls in the coastal region through STEM education and innovation. Something that really was inspiring me is when I started in high school. Back then in Matuga Girls as a Form 3 student, I started by building the project, which was an app that connects young girls to STEM opportunities and offer mentoring and counseling online, which won the Young Scientist Kenya Award. So post high school, I asked myself, what's the next step for me? So I started advocating for it. I started going to schools, talking to young girls across Kenya to international level. Yes.
Why STEM, to be specific?
I think there's a stereotype when it comes to young girls taking STEM courses, especially engineering, medical courses, technology courses. There's a fear that is built between boys and girls, which I feel like it should not be the case, and that's not a limitation. Everybody has the opportunity to take any career, and I personally am pursuing information technology, so I feel like there's more, and since I am building and I advocate for more girls, I look at it in terms of an opportunity, not a setback, where young girls can be able to explore and be able to represent themselves.
That's amazing. So you work with girls of a specific age, or is there a limit to the age of the girls you work with?
So we work with two age groups. One is targeting those in high school and those after high school, because we understand the fact that nurturing young person tends to begin, like charity begins at home. So in high school, when they learn the chemistry, the physics, the biology, I feel like it's very important for them to understand that they can use that to be able to advocate for what they want to do in career-wise. And for those that have completed high school, we have trainings that we train them for 3 months, introducing them to what is the possibility of sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also introducing the basic concept of innovation. I have been someone who is always impacted when it comes to building solution community oriented, and I've been able to do that at an international level. So I feel like it's very important for young girls to embrace this and to be able to stand out and be a voice for themselves. Yes.
So is there a whole team behind you, or you're just doing this alone?
Nah, I definitely, teamwork makes dream work.
Absolutely.
And I have a pool of young people. We call ourselves the young innovators, because we believe that all of us are actually below the age of 25, and we are all working together, a team of 6, consisting of 4 ladies and 2 gentlemen, and we are working to be able to show that it is possible for both the boy child and the girl child to even work together and bring the change that we all want to see. Yeah.
All right, so you are clearly making sure that you are just empowering that next lady and just bringing them more into this side of the STEM, or the STEM side of life, which normally is male dominated, or it's perceived to be more of a man's thing. So, you know, what areas are you looking at specifically, or which areas are you working on specifically?
So we are working on 2 main thematic areas. One is to ensure that there is gender inclusivity, at the same time is enhancing quality education, because we believe that as much as we go to school, there's so much as young people that we can build, and we're trying to just, you know, bring that innovative mindset among the young girls to be able to make it possible for them to build solutions, be able to amplify them, and be able to get, you know, further support. In one of our program, one of the girls started something related to mental health, and that became a starting point for her, and she's now running her own initiative within the last 1 year. So you can imagine the amount of impact that you can get by just making them believe that it is possible for them to go into this space. It is possible for them to innovate. It is possible for them to stand up for their own, you know, passion, especially when it comes to careers and something you want to do for your life. Yes. I was invited last year in China to speak on STEM and innovation for young girls, especially from different communities. And I realized, like, there was a gap. Imagine me standing in a place where we have big professors who are, you know, male-dominated, and for a young girl to be on that platform, it really meant a lot for me, and I believe also for the girls that are always, you know, looking behind me.
I can only imagine. So how long has Girls IECB been operational, and maybe how would you say the reception has been so far?
I would say 3 years down the line since I completed high school, because for me it was a dream and a vision that I had since I was in high school. And post high school, you know, when you start, not everybody's gonna believe in what you do, but with time it has been easy for the community to accept. You find that now parents coming to you, how can you advise my daughter in terms of these careers? Can you visit this school? I have talked, I would say, to over 20 counties in Kenya, across northeastern to Kwale and other counties, just to be able to reach to these girls. And you find that with the time now, girls open up, hi, I want to do this course, how do you think I can pursue that? And I'm very open on social media. I put my account open so that I can be able to connect to more girls even beyond just Mombasa. Yes.
So you work with communities that are marginalized.
Yes.
So mainly you're based at the coast right now.
Yes.
But you've also reached out to other areas.
Yes. I've partnered with a few organizations, including Angaza Center, that we had an outreach for like 3 weeks to the northeastern part, where they were offering technology, digital, I would say computers, and I was offering the STEM education and mentorship. So I feel like sometimes you cannot work alone. You need people to work with you along the line, and partners would be ideal in that case. And at any level, I believe that when you work together, you make the impact, you know, more rich.
Yeah, that is true. How many girls so far have you been able to reach? Do you have a number?
Yes, I would say over 5,000 girls.
Wow.
And that's basically directly, and indirectly I would say over close to 8,000 girls. Because what I do is both physical and virtual, because I tend to ensure that we are able to reach as many girls as we can. So if some of our programs are physically in Mombasa, we do have virtual programs where the girls join us online.
Online as
Yes,
well.
yes.
How do you integrate mentorship in this entire model?
Yeah, so we usually visit schools through our outreach programs, and mentorship is one of the most key important elements. I would say even for me growing up, a mentor was someone who was really instrumental in my journey, and I believe that each and every young person needs to have that one person they can always look up to, and you know, I can always reach out to this person. So when we go to schools, apart from just us talking about STEM and innovation, we also integrate the aspect of how can they know themselves better, self-awareness, how can they be able to cope up with stress and stuff, because I believe all these things constitute to what you can become or what the other young person can become.
And maybe how does the initiative also, you know, just get to address social issues like gender-based violence, and you know, even the fact that you work with marginalized communities, I'm sure one of the problems over there may be early marriages. So how do you, you know, address that?
So I think, like I mentioned, we are also working in building a platform. This is going to be a web application itself. It's going to be Girls IECB, to be able to connect these young girls. With a click of a button, you can get connected to the nearest rescue center. You can get connected to the nearest counseling center, so that if these issues are ongoing, then we need to have measures to be able to reduce the impact of how these girls, because when they have a platform to air out their views, to air out their response, then we expect that someone from the other side, whether in the Red Cross or Ministry of Education, Health, can be able to ascertain to helping these girls.
So you've mentioned you've reached around 5,000 girls and up to 8,000 in total. But to be specific, in Mombasa, you've trained 300. You know, maybe just what are the measurable outcomes that you say came out of the training? And when you talk about training, what exact training did the 300 go through?
So we usually have trainings on robotics. We have trainings on hardware maintenance. Basically, this is just to open up their minds. If you want to go, let's say, to technology, there are different fields you can go into. If it's medicine, we get a doctor to come in and speak to these guys. If it's an engineer, we brought in civil engineers, we brought in mechatronics engineers to just share with them their experience and what it is for them to be in that field. So I think some of the measurable impact would be, you know, when a girl comes there, the girl is shy, the girl doesn't know what they want to do. In our last program, we have 90% transition of the girls going to STEM courses. One of them, who is recently part of our team, is now a medical engineering student, and that's a girl. So imagine showing them the possibility that they can be able to understand what it is to be in this field and what it's meant for them to be there. Because I believe knowledge is something which is very crucial, and sometimes because of community and societal limitation, we tend to, you know, close them in terms of it's very hard, you cannot do this. But, you know, just showing them the possibility of these young girls opening a computer even before them joining uni or college actually makes them feel like, okay, this is something I can definitely do. And that is where I think we draw the line, and we feel like this is where we were going to focus on.
You've mentioned several success stories. I can only imagine how that makes you feel, you know, being that you are a young girl, you know, below the age of 25, as you've mentioned, and you're able to make such an impact for fellow girls, you know, in different communities. Just how does that make you feel?
I would say it definitely makes me feel good, but again, it's a challenge to me for me to be able to do more. Every time I go on stage, every time I go on an international platform for me to speak, I always relate back to the young girls that are always following and looking up to me, because yes, this is something I'm trying to build, but at the same time, it's also growth for me. So I look at it as a challenge every day, but I also draw inspiration from it for the number of girls that I've been able to inspire directly or indirectly, for the number of, you know, parents that reach out to me. I always feel like there's more that I can do. And in my educational level, I highly want to pursue master's and PhD, so that it becomes, you know, like an inspiration to them that she made it, I can also make it.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Now, speaking of challenges, you know, what would you say are some of the challenges that the initiative may be facing, and how are you addressing it, or how do you hope the challenges can be addressed?
I would say one is getting the community support. But I think with time we've been able to work closely with that, with the community leaders and the environment of where you work. And also in terms of, you know, reaching more girls, you definitely need finances to do that. You need to be able to get partners to work with. So I would highly appreciate if there's anyone who would be willing to join me in this journey, and we can be able to inspire more girls at the same time. But I believe where there's will, there's always a way. So the moment I took the initiative to do this, I was able to attract more and more people that directly or indirectly have become part and parcel of Girls I Save. Yes.
Love it. But the way that name Girls I Save,
yeah,
you know, it feels like it's so direct. So was there any, is there any reasoning behind it apart from just how direct it feels like it's girls that you're saving?
So I think for me, this was just my mindset when I was in high school. I was like, the Girls I Save, we have girls here, we have the I, and then we have the save. So for me, is the I, everybody who is going to be part and parcel of helping this initiative run and stuff. So it's the I that is going to be able to continue, and anybody who comes it, whether it's a partner, whether it's a man, whether it's a lady, whether it's a business, anything, anyone that's going to be part and parcel of this, then will become the I Save for the girls.
Amazing. Love it for sure. Now you've gotten to receive several accolades, you know, several awards.
Yes.
You know, tell me about these awards and what exactly has that meant for the entire team of Girls I Save?
I would mention the most recent award, which is the Presidential Innovation Award. I was selected as a finalist representing Mombasa County, and we won a grant that definitely is a turning point for all of us as a team. We've been able to set up our own office in Mombasa. We've been able to use that to build on our platform. And I think beyond that is just the attraction that you get from these awards. We also won the Innovation for Social Change Award during the Women's International Day this year here in Nairobi. So I think all this means a lot for Girls I Save. It means the journey that we've been going through for the last 3 years, the struggles, you know, the dark times that you go through and you feel like maybe you should just give up. But again, it makes you outstanding in terms of, yes, I got this recognition, this meant a lot for me and for the girls that are also inspiring.
You also got a recognition from the Young Scientists Kenya. You know, you've not mentioned that. You have so many that you're even forgetting.
So Young Scientists Kenya, actually, I would say it's the first award that I got with Girls I Save, which actually gave me the confidence that yes, this is something you can do and this is something you can push forward. At a time when I was in high school, nobody was ready to do the project with me, and I was forced to present the project alone. I was forced to do the presentation and everything, but I turned out I became the overall best project presenter in the social and behavioral sciences category. So that was the first step to making me feel like, yes, this is something I can do. People already believed in it for me to become the best, and I can move forward. So Young Scientists Kenya has been instrumental. Even in my STEM journey, I have been judging tech category for the Young Scientists Kenya, the Tech Challenge Kenya, to be able to just show the possibility of, yes, you can be doing this, but at the same time you can pursue your passion and your interest.
So that recognition, being that it was the first one you ever got for Girls I Save, it definitely did impact the overall or the being of Girls I Save. Would you say it impacted its operations as well?
Yes, because with the Girls I Save, when you win the Young Scientists Kenya, you win cash awards as well. So the money that I got from that point helped me start the development of the MVP for the web application that we are trying to build. So yes, it did.
You're trying to build a web application?
Yes.
Let us in on that.
So yes, this is going to be Girls I Save web application that will connect young girls to STEM mentors virtually, and you can be able to connect based on your interest. You can be able to, you know, like get more insights, and we'll offer a lot of educational materials for young girls. It's still in the last bit of development, and we're gonna soon launch it.
So how have you been able to get these mentors to come on board? And who exactly are these mentors? Are they women in STEM as well? Just let us in on that.
Yeah, so basically this is on like a call on volunteer. We did that. And within a span of 1 week, I would say we had over 100+ mentors.
You just put a call online?
And people applied. That's how I mean to say we are very socially, represented on the internet as well. And people do follow our work. So we got mostly women in STEM, women in engineering. So we had a category of breaking down. This is someone from this county and they're doing this and they will be helping us in this project. Let's say this week we're having women in engineering. So we need someone in engineering. We call out to them, we write an email, are they available and stuff, and then we connect them and we have a session with the girls. And if it's physically in Mombasa, we have the database, so we go check who is available on this day. We actually broke it down to even the days that they would be willing to volunteer to make it easy for us.
That is amazing. I know you've mentioned of the lady who's now doing medical engineering, right?
Yes.
Would you care to tell us more success stories so that, you know, the lady who's watching us right now, the young girl who's maybe watching us right now, may also get the motivation to actually, you know, believe that, okay, I can also get into something like this.
Yeah, it's true. So we have Yusra, that's her name, Yusra Muhammad. She's joined in as a young girl who doesn't really understand what it is to be in the STEM field. And she was trying to find her interest. So we did trainings on tech, we did trainings on robotics, we did a little bit of introduction to engineering. And the girl found interest in engineering because she was like, okay, this is something exactly I wanted to do. And immediately, before even she joined uni, we connected her to a medical engineering student who was able to share insights on how it is to be in the medical field. Because she wanted to do medical field, like she wanted to do medicine, but at the same time she had passion for, you know, like working with machines and stuff. So medical engineering became the best option for her. And right now you'll hear her say, you know what, I'm working with my tools everywhere and stuff. And it makes me feel good because at least at one point someone was able to realize their dream because of that. We have another one, that's Suad. She started her own mental health initiative. She was passionate about mental health. She went to pursue psychology, but at the same time, we did an introduction before they joined uni for innovation. So they had a 1 week of them building solutions based on what they think. I just challenged them. I said, whatever you think you can work on, just prepare slides on that, prepare something around the same field, and then present to us. So we got a panel of, you know, people from the community who are experienced in the building stuff, and they were able to listen to them. And we had, like, you know, winners among them. So it made them believe that I can start something, build it, and then, you know, move forward with it. So it's just about giving back to the community and being able to, you know, inspire more girls.
What maybe long-term change does Girls IECB hope to create, you know, in the near future?
One, I would say the change in mindset shift, because growing up in a community where young girls are not really given the opportunity to stand up for themselves, you know, to go on stage and present what they are doing. One is being able to show the possibility and the opportunities that young girls can be able to take up. I participated in the Microsoft Imagine Cup competition, which is a global competition in the United States of America. So I was physically there representing with my team. We were building on an AI platform called Signverse. And again, at the same time, trying to show the young girls that you can be building community-oriented solution, at the same time become stable on it and work and improve the lives of many community, you know, like many people in the community. So I feel like it is very important for young girls to know that you can become the change that you want to see. I think for me, growing up, leadership was something that was inbuilt. I was a head girl in primary, in high school, at Form 2 level, leading over 2,500 girls in Matuga Girls, and then post-high school, you know, leading up your own initiative, working with community, working with different people. So sometimes it's just for you to believe in yourself and to be able to see the right people that are following the same path. So for me, I want to build that confidence for young girls to be able to see this is the journey this girl took, and I am going towards that. I would mention a very critical moment for me. I was in Technical University of Mombasa, and a girl just approached me and was like, I know you don't know me, but because of your journey, I shared to my parents and I was allowed to study.
Amazing.
Just imagine. So sometimes I look at it in terms of a personal connection to whatever is happening and the rights of young girls, and to be able to show the possibility through STEM education and innovation.
You're definitely living in your purpose.
Yes,
for
I am.
sure.
Yes.
And you're glowing in it. Amazing. I'm just curious to know what Signverse is all about.
Yes. So I play the role of a project associate with Signverse. We are building an AI platform that translates sign language to text. And this is to help people with the hearing disability to be able to connect. With a click of a button, you can be able to type in, and through avatars, there will be the interpretation of the text to sign language. Yeah. So we were able to represent with the team in the Microsoft Imagine Cup, which is a global competition by Microsoft. That was in May, so we had to travel all the way to Seattle, Washington, to be able to present the project as well.
Yeah. I'm sure you need, or you may be needing, all hands on deck in terms of, you know, people who would want to come through as partners, people who would want to come through as mentors, you know, for these girls. Where can they find you? Are you on social media? Of course you are.
Yes.
So yeah, mention the social media platform.
I am on Instagram, Ghaida_Abdallah, on LinkedIn, Ghaida Abdallah Umar, and you can always email me as well through girlsISEV2023@gmail.com. Yes.
All right. I hope that there are people who are watching right now who may want to come on board and just take part or help in one way or the other, because the initiative that you have is absolutely amazing. I want to wish you all the very best on that. And yeah, may the girls who are watching also would love to get through to you also find you through the same, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is where we end this particular conversation. Thank you so very much, Ghaida, for coming on the show. That was Ghaida Abdallah, and she is the founder of Girls I Save. I'm sure you've gotten to hear from her. She's doing an amazing job for her community, and that is the way to go. And that is how we do it every Wednesday right here on the show. We bring you ladies who are doing great work for their community. This is where I end this particular discussion, but don't go too far. Mike Megwe is coming up next with more.
They say the earth without art would just be, get it? We circumnavigate the globe and traverse the local scene to bring you arts and culture at their very best. From fine art, culinary art, performing arts, and even cultural events, you name it, and we have got you covered. My name is Kevin Kasioki, and I will be serving you this and much more each and every Friday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Hello, fabulous ladies. Welcome to the talk show that's all about sisterhood, empowerment, and unfiltered conversation. We will be focusing on women. We believe in women.
We are really changing.
We are creating a safe space for women to connect, thrive, and share.
Just because you're a woman on a bike, you're labeled in a certain way.
It's not just a talk show, it's a movement.
When they are standing, we need to stand out.
From heartwarming tales to hilarious adventures.
They could ask me, Catherine, why are you learning?
We are turning the spotlight on women who are breaking barriers in their individual fields.
You have to have a vision. You are the leaders of Kenya today.
Keeping it honest and relatable.
Mental health is real.
Yes.
Where there is no communication, there is no relationship.
Join the sisterhood on KBC TV for Dada's show.
Friday night again.
Greetings in the name of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the positive warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254 in a yard extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice,
we have to do it twice.
Yeah, from that scintillating conversation, we delve yet into another topic. This is the third hour of Good Morning Kenya. Welcome. My name is Mike. We want to talk about capacity for building peaceful communities. This is something that is very pertinent in this country, given that we are a diverse country. But even in that diversity, sometimes divisions do come along, but then again, how do we ensure that communities become champions of peace? I'm joined by Millicent Otieno, who is the Director of Local Capacities for Peace International, all the way from Kisumu. Good morning, Millicent.
Good morning, and greetings from Kisumu City.
How is the weather over there? Because here in Nairobi, it's a little bit cold.
Well, there were drizzles yesterday night, and this morning it's been a little bit cold.
Yes.
But you know, it gets warmer as we go on.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's delve into...
But we thank God for the weather.
All right. Let's delve into this topic now. When we talk about capacity building, now, maybe to start off, you could define capacity building within the context of peace.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, capacity building is identifying competencies, abilities, skill, and knowledge needs within communities and individuals, as well as institutions. So when we come down to capacity building in the context of peace, is the art of examining communities, individuals, and institutions' capacities to be able to live and act in a peaceable manner. So it also means the ability of communities and individuals to handle difficult situations in a non-violent manner, and finding alternatives to relate with each other in ways that promote harmony and peaceful coexistence. That is a brief introduction of capacity building in the context of peace. Being able to deal with situations, difficulties, and issues in a manner that is non-violent, but that promotes harmony and peaceful coexistence.
Mm-hmm. Which means now there must be fundamental concepts or fundamental components of capacity building within this context of peace. If you may talk about the fundamental now components of this context.
Well, first and foremost, the important thing when it comes to peace building and capacity building to promote peaceful coexistence, one must be able to understand the dynamics in the context where they find themselves, where they live, and where they operate. It can be a workplace, it can be in a community, in the marketplace, it can be in any area or any environment where you find yourself. So the fundamental thing about peace building is first and foremost, analyzing and being able to understand the dynamics of those issues or elements that may deny people opportunity to be peaceful. It is not just the physical violence. Many times when you talk about peace or capacities or fundamental things about peace building, people tend to concentrate on the physical aspects. But we always tend to want to look at the broader picture. There are emotional issues that may deny people peace. There are the physical elements that deny people peace. There are also systems and institutional things that may deny us peace, that may infringe on our human rights and our competency to live with happiness. So in a community, if people are able to find ways of overcoming those challenges, first and foremost identifying those issues and elements, then being able to overcome those challenges or circumvent them in a manner that they are able to live a fruitful life, then that way we will say that they are able to do conflict analysis. After analyzing, then they are able to engage with those issues constructively. However, we also know that sometimes people engage with those issues in a non-constructive way, and then it results to violence. So that is where we come in and tell people, how can you then be able to manage disputes, differences, disagreements in a manner that is non-violent, so that you avoid harming yourself or harming others.
Indeed, your foundation is founded on the idea of peaceful communities. Maybe in a nutshell, what necessitated this call?
Well, first and foremost, when we started working, we found ourselves here in Kisumu City, and especially in our border areas of Muhoroni and Kericho borders, as well as Nandi. The communities were plagued with constant inter-tribal conflicts. And when we went to work with these communities, we realized that there was no way development could take root if the issues of the intercommunal conflicts were not resolved. And so when we went there, we already found the communities grappling with ways of surviving and existing with each other, as well as also working with the religious leaders and other actors to figure out how best to overcome the challenge of inter-ethnic animosity. So we went there also with the other stakeholders to promote development, but we said we had to first of all tackle the issue of mindset change, attitude change, and competencies to be able to find alternative ways of dealing with cattle rustling, for example. We experienced cattle rustling as a practice that was the norm in that area, but one community was infringing on the rights of another, and so we had to do an inter-community dialogue process and help the communities to find better ways of approaching this issue. After investigation, we realized that it was not just cattle rustling, it was stock theft, because the communities, both communities at the border, they said, this is the community of thieves. These are not our people. So by investigating, we were able to understand and deal with the notion that cattle rustling was normalized, And the community say, no, we can't normalize this. These are thieves. So let the law deal with them and let them stop bringing issues that bring animosity amongst us as communities. This is one example of how we looked at it and why we started engaging now in this process. We also realized it is not a sprint. It is a marathon. So we started in actually 2003, and we worked there from 2003 up to 2024. We are still engaged with these communities. So that we were able to see how the conference transformed itself, and people moved from the physical violence to dialogue, and then from dialogue to cooperation, from cooperation to joint development interventions, and it also helped them to be more resilient and overcome intolerance. Yeah. So the intolerance was leading to zoning, and that now they have been able to overcome some of those aspects.
So, which means you, given what you've said, which means you've had to integrate both the traditional way of conflict resolution and the modern way of conflict resolution. The question is, how do you strike that balance?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, when you are doing peace building and you have gone to school, because nowadays people have even PhDs, masters in peace building and conflict transformation. I can tell you for sure that when you go to the communities, they have their own peace building facets that are not necessarily exactly presented in the way it is done in the class. So we started by understanding that these models that we go to school to learn are actually drawn from the communities. Let me give you an example. When we were doing conflict resolution and building for peace building in Turkana, we realized that the elders had a technique of reading the intestines, which was one of the conflict early warning tools. And they were able to predict and foretell how the conflict will play out in the future. And when we went and examined this, we say this is a traditional mechanism. It's working for them. So what we did is we picked this practice and then we juxtapose it against the modern ways of looking at conflict early warning, for example. The modern way of conflict early warning was to look at the red flags. You know, we examine people's behavior. When we are in an area and we see that it is nearing election and people start separating themselves, you go to the market, you find the Luos are on one side, the Kalenjins are on one side, or you find the Pokots are on this side and Turkana on this side. So we examine those practices and we analyze and we say, why are they not trading with each other? Why are the children from these communities not going to this school? And so we realized that, oh, so we can actually integrate traditional ways. We pick the information that was given to us by the traditional leaders that are examining the intestines and giving us, you know, the predictions. And then we look at how the communities are operating. And then we come back to the books and then we say, okay, now, what are the indicators? How can we then use these indicators to prevent escalation of the tensions into violence? It is the same thing we did with the religious leaders. is the same thing the Council of Elders in Luo or in other communities were also engaged in. And so we pick all these practices and we see what works best for the community, and it brings about an integrated approach to embrace each other's differences and to find unity in diversity and help the communities to move together as one because of their humanity. At the center of peace building is that human life is sacred and that we are interconnected and interdependent.
Indeed, and also in your efforts of peace building, is there a chance that you have worked with the media, or what do you think is the role of the media in all this?
In fact, this is a very interesting one. You know, in the year 2012, when we started working, the media was seen as carriers of message. And so we started examining whether media practitioners, are they just message carriers or are they also stakeholders? And so we started engaging the media practitioners on what we call conflict-sensitive journalism and peace reporting. It is not lost to us as a country that in 2007-2008 election, when Kenya almost went to the dogs, the media was blamed and was put on the spot. They were told, you are the ones who almost burnt this country. Why? Because of the way the messages were being carried out. So when we are doing peace building, we cannot forget to look at media practitioners as part and parcel of this country. Because these journalists and reporters and cameramen, they are an integral part of our community. However, the advantage they have is that they shape the agendas and they influence the narratives. If they are properly equipped with skills and knowledge to know how best to package the information without over-sensationalizing, then we see that the country can be able to carve a different path. The community can also develop new ways of thinking, and individuals' mindsets also become transformed. And we have seen a very big contribution. The media practitioners have contributed immensely to the peaceableness of this country and also to our work as an institution in promoting peaceful coexistence in the community by shaping the narratives, by packaging information in a manner that connects the people rather than divide the people. They do not camouflage or hide the truth, but they package the truth in a right way. For example, if there was a conflict between two communities, allow me to use the border area between Kalenjins and Luos in Muhoroni, for example. When a media practitioner comes and says, Kalenjins have killed 10 Luos, automatically the Luos will say, hey, tunauawa, these people are killing us. And the reaction will be, the Luos will mobilize themselves. Even us, we cannot be cowards. There will be a retaliation. Then the Kalenjin practitioners will report, oh, the Luos have retaliated and they have killed 10 people. Sometimes it's not even verified. But when that happens, the whole country will be saying, oh, so Luos are killing Nandis and Nandis are killing Luos. And sometimes even in this conflict, maybe some Luyas were there and they were killed. Some Nubians were there and they were killed. And nobody's talking about them. But we helped them to understand you do not need to sensationalize. You can say, we have lost this number of lives. Instead of saying Luos are killing Nandis, you can say, cattle rustlers have killed some community members. So these are some of the ways that we have worked with journalists and media practitioners to package their information in a non-sensationalizing way, and also in a way that bridges the gap amongst conflicting communities and the society.
Indeed. And also,
it is also based on the do no harm principle.
Okay. Actually, I was coming to that. I was coming to the do no harm principle. If you may expound a little bit on it.
Well, do no harm principle was, it's an oath that the doctors normally take. We borrowed it from that oath. You know, when doctors are trained, the oath that they take is that they will do everything within their powers to save life. It does not matter who they are dealing with. Even if it is your enemy and you are a doctor, you must save that life if they are brought to you. Now, we found ourselves working in the context of conflict. For a very long time, Kenya prided itself that it was very peaceful. But remember, Uganda was at war, the refugees came to Kenya. Before the new country was born of Sudan, there was a lot of conflict and people came to Kenya to seek refuge. Then we realized that when conflict happens, some relief food must be brought. Humanitarian activities must be undertaken. But as communities and organizations intervened, I realized that this intervention, when you bring it, the warring parties, they will fight over this food. No wonder you find some areas the conflict never ends. Why? Because they know once the conflict starts, the relief food will come, and when the relief food comes, some of the militia, they benefit from this. So the do no harm principle was born on the background of a question that said, how can aid or how can development or how can any assistance be provided in a manner that, rather than divide the communities, the interventions will help the communities to forge alliances, find connectors, and disengage from the violence that surrounds them. So this principle helps us to examine our programs. It helps organizations to do due diligence such that they will eventually check and try their best to do no harm or to do less harm and do more good with the interventions that they do. So I want to say today, Constitution, for example, the Kenya 2010 Constitution, it was one of the things that we were very proud of. But we realized that as we continue to implement this Constitution, there are certain elements of the Constitution that are perceived and sometimes seen to be opening ways and improving the human rights, while on the other hand, there are other aspects that are seen to be eroding our values as a society and as a community. Case in point, people are saying freedom of speech and use of social media platforms. But sometimes you find that these social media platforms, they have negative side effects. These negative side effects are unintended. So the do no harm principle helps you to check on the unintended negative side effects that your program or your activities or your intervention may have in a community. And so it helps you to be proactive to avoid the unintended negative side effects.
Now, You've mentioned social media, and the biggest chunk that uses social media is the young people. Now, how have you incorporated them in peace-building efforts, and also the aspect of including women in these efforts? How have you included them in these efforts?
Oh, definitely. You know, the young people are the backbone. And they do not only engage in social media spaces, but they also engage on a one-to-one interaction and ways of collaboration. So when we started, actually in many communities where we've worked, remember, Local Capacities for Peace International has worked beyond Kenya, as much as we grounded our, and also in the Nairobi communities. In Nairobi, we were working with youth that were using arts and drama and music to pass messages. I listen to the Gen Zs when they are saying they are tribeless and leaderless. I can assure you that this theme and rallying call of tribeless Kenyans was born before even the Gen Zs, and I can tell you of the youth in Kibera that started that rallying call. They were calling themselves the tribeless group, you know, and they were so powerful in not only in Kibera, but we went with them even to Mombasa, trying to help the young people understand that they have to take matters in their own hands when it comes to forging alliances and overcoming stereotypes. Why? You found that the youth that were living in Kibera, they were just young people living together. If they were affected by poverty or inflation, they were all affected. But during elections, they were being mobilized along tribal lines. And so some of the youth groups decided, you know what? We will work across tribal lines. And they started forging those alliances. And now we see the Gen Zs, you know, they publicized it. And we can say that we played a small part in training these people, not only in Nairobi, but also in Kisumu. In Kisumu, we had what we call the task teams. And some of these were youth in the political parties agitating for their space of leadership according to UN Resolution 2250, because they are supposed to be in decision making. Our role was to equip them with the tools and the resolutions that they need to be able to push for those spaces. And so in Kisumu, you saw them trying to also not only go for political spaces, but also get engaged in, you know, being part of the market committees, being part of the community policing committees. And so they were just able to find their space to contribute meaningfully in our community. As far as the women go, the women groups also, we started the transgenerational mentorship, where the older women were also working with younger women to identify areas, strategic areas, where they could contribute. One of those areas was that they as parents were educating the young people and helping their children to know that this country can only stand if we work together. We can overcome poverty, and we can create our own spaces of employment. We can go back to agriculture, because when we are food secure, we will be less hungry because we have full stomachs. So you see that there is an interconnectedness between poverty, anger, emotions, as well as good governance. So the women were mobilized in form of women groups. We've been working with them. We also work with professional women in different spaces to influence policies. We have worked with the parliamentarians and elected leaders. We give them information from the ground, and that informs policy formulation and implementation. We also work with different arms of the government, including the national government, Ministry of Interior, so that they can be able to help, because you cannot deal with violent conflict without looking at the element of policing. However, our angle was the community policing. And our running call was usalama wetu, amani yetu, ni jukumu letu kama Wakenya. These are some of the things that we have done and we continue to do as we promote life skills, livelihoods, alongside peace building and conflict transformation.
Now, you've mentioned that your efforts of peace building span across East African nations. Maybe what are the interlinking issues? What have you noticed as similarities in terms of efforts in capacity building for peace?
Yeah, indeed, across board. And when we come to the East African region, I mentioned before that when we started peace building in Kenya, way back in 2001, we started working with our counterparts in Sudan. That time, Sudan was still experiencing active conflict where the bombs were being dropped with antennas. And some of us went there to work with the communities and the interreligious groups to see how to enable the communities to safeguard themselves and also to find meaningful ways of living. At the same time, there were conflicts that had happened in Rwanda and in Uganda that created displacement. But apart from the displacement, there were also our cross-border conflicts with the Karamoja community. So you find that our people from the Turkana and Pokot could cross over to go to the Ugandan side, allegedly to bring back cows, and the Karamoja community from the Ugandan side could also cross over. So you found that some cultures and some practices were similar. The act of bringing cows home from one community to the other was causing a lot of tension along the borders. Why? Because you could find that our counterparts from Karamoja they were arming themselves. Small arms and light weapons were rampant. That meant that also the Turkana and the Pokot, if they want to go across the border, they also needed to be armed. And sometimes they just needed to arm themselves to protect their cows from being taken. So we saw that the porous borders were causing and contributing to these tensions because of some of these practices. And indeed, IGAD had worked along the border. We have worked with also the IGAD Conflict Early Warning Department in the formation of what we call the SEWERUs, the Conflict Early Warning, Early Response Networks. So these networks, you find that we have been able to bring competencies and capacity and skills across the IGAD countries, Kenya being one of them, working with the SEWERUs, they are called SEWERUs, the Conflict Early Warning, Early Response Units in the Ugandan side, also looking at our border with Ethiopia, that was also has been another area where because of the porous borders, you could see people crossing. Our border with Somalia, if you go all the way, Dajabula, and looking at the other area of Dadaab, past Dadaab, and Wajir North, Wajir South, we could see those areas. And so our role was to network leverage on the work that others are doing and also work with them. And we have been called upon for advisory services to work with the communities to enhance the conflict early warning, early response mechanism. Also to create and enhance community homegrown solutions to living violent ways or retaliation, and finding connector activities. We've been working also to enhance the movement. You know, when there is a school put somewhere, we educate people to understand this. The school does not choose. All our children go to those schools. So our work has expanded all the way to Burundi. In Burundi, we have also worked with the ICGLR and also other countries in the region, and the work goes on.
Indeed.
It is one step at a time.
Indeed. And in these efforts of building peaceful communities and making them champions of peace, what have you seen or identified as gaps and challenges within these efforts?
First and foremost, it's our mindset. The biggest challenge we are having is when people have decided that Mjaluo na Mkikuyu hawawezi kusikilizana, you know, then they take hard stance, you know, and so they believe, or the narrative is around kila uchaguzi Wajaluo na Wakikuyu lazima wapigane. When they start feeding those narratives, they reinforce stereotypes and prejudices. And more often than not, those are just perceptions and not realities. Because we live as Kenyans and we live together as communities all the time, and sometimes it takes only a small trigger. Something, for example, like election, may bring to fore the worst in us. So the challenge here is to develop counter narratives. We do not share enough stories that amplify our togetherness, that amplify how we have been working together as communities all these other times, because elections come and go. So this is one of the major challenges that we've been facing. Another challenge that we have been facing is the fact that people tend to thrive more on negative information. The journalist told us that when it bleeds, it sells. You know, if it doesn't bleed, it doesn't sell. So if the dog bites a man, it's not news. If the man bites a dog, it becomes news. So these kind of tendencies tend to glorify wrongdoing and wrong attitudes and reinforces negative mindsets. And so people always find themselves in the routine of repeating negative things that do not amplify our peaceableness, our Ubuntu.
Indeed.
Nonetheless,
in the interest of time...
it is possible to do otherwise.
Yeah, in the interest of time, what is your rallying call to Kenyans today? In under 1 minute.
Well, Kenyans, this country is ours. This is the only country we have. Whether you like it or not, you cannot run and you cannot go anywhere. For those of us who worked with the refugee camps, we know how difficult it is to be out of your country. I'm pleading with all of us. Let us find the common areas. There's a lot more that connects us than the small things that divide us. Let us find those connecting aspects in our life. Let us embrace each other. Let us work with the religious leaders. Tuweke Mungu mbele na atatuwezesha.
Indeed.
When all is said and done, Kenya is ours to build together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Millicent Otieno, for joining us here on Good Morning Kenya and talking matters to do with capacity building for peaceful communities. This is where we end this conversation. Thank you for tuning in. Good Morning Kenya takes a bow for today. We do this again tomorrow morning. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Mike. May we enjoy the rest of your viewing.
Nineteen nations will compete in the Total Energies CAF African Nations Championship, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania 2024, which will be staged from 2nd to 30th August 2025. Amongst the 4 groups in the tournament A to D, Kenya is pooled in Group A, together with Morocco, Angola, DR Congo, and Zambia.
Algeria from the set piece, the header is on target, but it's saved.
This unique competition featuring the best locally based players from across the continent definitely has something for everyone. Just bring your A game as you let it flow live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
How comes round hii mnakubali kupatia mtu pesa, stranger from nowhere?
You're not a stranger, wewe ni caretaker wetu.
Very good. Na caretaker yuko na right ya kuitisha pesa ya nyumba? Atengwe. How can you trust a human being?
By the way, kwani hao walikuwa namna gani?
People are different.
Wewe ni tofauti sana.
What?
Wewe unatrustiwa, wewe ana take advantage ya hiyo trust.
Nikisema hii mahakama unaniwekelea pesa zako. Mimi ndio nilikula sa nyumba, kwani wao wanakuja kunilipa kwangu, mimi ndio landlord wa hii nyumba.
Hakuna pesa yangu umekula. Umekula pesa ya wapangaji.
Immersive art is appearing everywhere. Colorful exhibitions featuring digital art installations have proven extremely popular with the public. In theory, these exhibitions should allow us to fully sink into the art. So how well do they work in practice? And can they turn us all into art lovers? Here's one example of immersive art made by Turkish-American artist Refugee and Adal. But before we get into his work, let's go over the basics. Immersive art 101. What exactly is it? Immersive comes from the Latin word immersio, which means to plunge into. Many are already familiar with immersion from the gaming world in virtual reality. When executed successfully, you feel like you're right in the middle of the action. Some artists are using some of the same elements, huge digital artworks, sometimes even with sound effects and smells, that offer guests a full sensory experience. Immersive art concepts are flourishing. The international art collective Team Lab broke a Guinness World Record for its hugely successful immersive installations. More than 2 million visitors came to see it in just 1 year. Not bad, right? Take a look at their new exhibition. Team Lab Borderless is less of a place you visit and more of a place you experience. The museum in Tokyo, curated by the collective Team Lab, showcases digital art. Instead of standing in front of the works, guests are invited to step inside them. The immersive installation Bubble Universe comes to life as you move around. The physical experience is an expression of the artist's concept and philosophy.
People tend to perceive the world as having independent entities which exist independently. With Team Lab Borderless, we want to create an experience through the artworks, where the world is continuous, and where the continuity of the world itself is felt as beautiful.
This three-dimensional artwork is made up of spheres that generate light according to movements. As a person moves closer to a sphere, the bubble will shine brightly and the light will spread to the nearest bubble, interacting with light started by other movements. As a result of the technology, viewers aren't just observers. They become contributors to the artwork itself.
他者の存在が、作品を変えて、それが自分にも何らかの変化があるようなこと、そういう変化する自分と相互作用したり、他者と相互作用するようなことも何かより連続的な感覚にすると、思っているんです。
In their Tokyo studio, Team Lab artists are designing new immersive creations. It's a diverse team that likes to experiment with new ways of making art.
We Team Labs, it's a group of these specialists. We are like hardware engineers, software engineers, and CG animators, and architects, mathematicians for this, like algorithms, and it's a different type of these programmers and these botanists. We use of these different medias, monitors, projectors, LEDs, robotics, whatever. We try to create some things.
Team Lab isn't the only player in the immersive art scene. More and more artists, galleries, and cultural institutions are developing immersive art projects. Like these installations by Japanese photographer Mika Ninagawa. So why does immersive art appeal to so many people?
I think today more than ever, we are kind of lazier in a certain way when it comes to art. So we don't want to make that effort of contemplation, of dialogue. And so with the traditional art form, it's up to us to go to the artwork, while in this kind of immersive spectacle, it's the artwork that comes to us, that immersed us. The second reason, which is a more recent reason, I would say, it's social media. These works are highly Instagrammable. And also there's a third reason to that, which is also contextual. I think it's COVID, because we were so deprived of any sensorial experience, of real life experience. Everything happened on a screen. It's all flat. So I think we all needed to get out to experience with our full body.
I'm a fan. Immersive art triggers all of your senses, which can be exhilarating in an era when it's easy to get stuck staring at your phone. And these striking installations are basically predestined for social media. Speaking of which, does it cheapen the art when it feels like everyone on Instagram has a picture of it? Here's art curator Michael Connor.
I see a lot of positives about it. This idea of like taking a picture and putting yourself in it, it's a way of expressing your relationship with that art.
But there are critical voices too. Do they both count as art? Let's unpack this.
Some of these experiences are definitively art. There is no question that it's made by an artist for the purposes of artistic expression and advancing this medium in a new way. Certainly, when you're talking about something that's being offered as a commercial experience derived from an older artist's work, calling that art would be a bit more controversial. I mean, this certainly isn't Frida Kahlo's art.
Can this be considered new art or a mere copy? This immersive exhibition on the life of Frida Kahlo displays almost all of the Mexican painter's works. In a way, they've never been displayed before. Larger than life, and accompanied by traditional music. The visitors to the exhibition in Berlin were impressed.
That's the lovely thing about an immersive experience. You're just surrounded by it. And whereas you might go to a gallery and see one picture by her, here you get a taste of so many of her works. You see the whole catalogue of her work.
Die Technik, die hier angewandt wird, den Sound einwandfrei. Der Film, wie das gelaufen ist, wirklich sehr gut.
High-performance projectors bring Frida Kahlo's paintings to life on walls 5.5 meters tall. The story of her life is told in vivid detail.
Das bin ich, die mexikanische Frida, die leidet ohne Leid.
The quotes are Kahlo's own words, taken from letters and diaries. Her family background, her relationship to her husband, the Mexican Revolution, and her health issues. Kahlo explored all of these topics through her art.
Ich bin richtig beeindruckt von der ganzen Lebensgeschichte, auch von dieser farbenfrohen Welt, weil man ist mittendrin und man lebt die Zeit, die Künstlerin sozusagen gelebt hat.
Other immersive exhibitions also try to give guests the feeling that they're right in the middle of the work. Curators have used popular works from Renaissance masters, Claude Monet's colorful garden paintings, Gustav Klimt's Golden Age works, and Vincent van Gogh's iconic paintings. Immersive exhibitions can run in parallel in different locations, but not everyone is so enthusiastic about these new forms of presenting and repackaging art.
There's no creation. They just use a name as a label just to attract people for something that is entirely fake. That also disregards and disrespects the artwork of these painters. They were not supposed to be immersive.
Obviously, we can't know what Frida Kahlo would have thought about these immersive exhibitions, but some living artists have no qualms about them. In fact, British painter David Hockney worked on turning his own iconic paintings into wall projections for this immersive showcase. No less striking, but far more abstract, is work by artist Refugee and Adal. His use of artificial intelligence has made him a pioneer in the field of media art. The beauty of data is central to the work of media artist Refugee and Adal. His art is exhibited in the world's most influential museums. It's also displayed on building facades and in public spaces.
I start imagining data as a pigment. Data, for me, is not a number. Data is a form of memory, and this memory can take any shape and form.
Since 2016, Refugee and Adal has been using algorithms to create monumental data sculptures that constantly change shape.
My signature, I guess, aesthetic is the fluid dynamics, and I love water and the movement in life. And I believe that if one day data becomes a pigment, it won't dry. It will be like a water, always shape-shifting.
At the World Economic Forum in Davos, Anadol's immersive artwork visualized the biodiversity of the Amazon rainforest.
I know my capacity as a human. I will never remember 1 million image of nature. I will never remember 500,000 flowers of Amazonia. But using AI allows me to go beyond my capacity.
Whether it's the biodiversity of the Amazon, brainwaves, or observations collected by the U.S. Space Agency NASA, the data for Refugee and Adal's art is always chosen with the installation site in mind. For example, this project was created using 45 terabytes of data from the Los Angeles Philharmonic's digital archive. It was projected onto the exterior of the concert hall. Immersive art is also a topic in science. One of the pioneers of so-called neuroaesthetics is Susan Mac-Salmon from Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine in the United States. Her research focuses on how art impacts our brain, and she has a scientific explanation for all of the hype around immersive art.
I think we like immersive art so much because they make us feel good. It brings to the forefront all of the sensory systems that we have been wired for and often don't use in our daily lives. So this idea of being able to touch, to smell, to feel, to see, to use the vibration of sound and music to really enliven our bodies and our brains.
Sensory experiences activate synapses, which connect different areas of the brain and form new neuronal structures. These small changes influence how we feel, think, and behave.
We're learning more and more that our well-being, our flourishing, our physical health, and our growth is highly influenced by the fact that we are wired for the arts. And for a long time, I think we have set that aside and thought that the arts were a nice to have, a luxury, something that you do when you have time. And now what we're finding is that they're as important as nutrition, good sleep, and exercise. The arts are absolutely essential to our well-being.
So do you hate it or love it? What's your take on immersive exhibitions? I think they can be a great way to learn more about art and artists. Yes, there's an element of entertainment to them, but maybe that's not such a bad thing. Do you think immersive art is worth the hype? Let us know. Take care and see you next time.
Nairobi, Kenya. This is KBC English Service.
And welcome to Beat Time Show, the very best of the 80s and 90s with me, John Korani, JK.
Timeless music hits across the decades.
This is the place to be after you've had a tough day. Here we celebrate love and life.
Don't believe me, just watch. The sound of KBC English Service.
I'm your host, Caroline Wangishi. Carol Gatata Moshero.
My name is Geoffrey Mongai B. News, information and entertainment. KBC English Service, Kenya's official national radio.
It's Women's Africa Cup of Nations, Morocco.
Feel the pulse of a continent, where Africa's fiercest women warriors clash for glory in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations 2024. Africa's top teams, one crown. Morocco hosts once more, ready to etch new legends into history. Rising stars, one stage to shine.
And it is the Copper Queen. They have been waiting for this moment. Here's a chance for a second. South Africa lead by 2-0 in this final, and he'll never higher.
This is more than football, it's African excellence. It's women's power. Don't miss WAFCON 2024, live from Morocco.
Well, it is the 2nd of July. Welcome to the show. My name is Abdiaziz. Hashim, apologies for that. We're just recounting on the issues that were before the National Assembly yesterday, where the members of the National Assembly have successfully, of course, renamed in their legislative proposal of the National Government Constituency Development Fund when it comes to the Constitution of the Kenya Amendment Bill 2025, with key proposal is that to rename the NGCDF, normally known as NGCDF, to the National Government Constituencies Decentralized Fund, a move aimed at shielding the fund from future legal challenges and securing its role in grassroots development. You do remember that the courts declared them unconstitutional. Well, the members of parliament have found a cleverly way of renaming that NGCDF. Yesterday, it was a historical moment where over 300 legislators convened on the floor of the House to vote for this particular bill that has now moved to the Senate, despite the fate lying at the hands of the senators during the third reading stage, which was the final step before the bill proceeded to the upper house. Was that a total of 290 MPs voted in person, which 3 participated virtually, as were witnessed in that particular instant. Now, the bill had earlier passed in the second reading stage with the overwhelming support. During that particular stage, 304 legislators in Parliament voted unanimously to back the legislative proposal co-sponsored by the Ainamoi MP, that is Samuel Chepkonga, and Rarieda Member of Parliament Otienda Amolo, who clearly stated that during that particular public participation, over 90% of Kenyans supported NGCDF and the work it's doing at the 290 constituencies. Is that the case? That is what we're discussing with my guest. Before I introduce my guest this morning, I want to give you that particular story on the floor of the House that was led by none other than the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Masika Wetangula, and the Majority Leader, that is Kimani Ichung'wah. Have a look.
This bill, Honorable Speaker, and also assert, as was said by many members, that NGCDF is the most impactful fund that this country has ever had in the history of our independence, Honorable Speaker. True, Honorable Speaker, is just to say that NGCDF is not in competition at all with our devolved funds and our county governments. Honorable Speaker, if anything, NGCDF supplements what the national government is doing and also what our county governments are doing in offering services and service to the people that all elect us.
Mr. Speaker, I stand also to support this constitutional bill. But Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the Senate, our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and request them to support this bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about members of parliament. It is about Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Because any money that is devolved benefits the Kenyan people, Mr. Speaker.
Through public participation by over 230 entities and individuals, 98.5% supported this. We are quite sure that if we took this to a referendum, we will still get the same threshold. And anyone who therefore thinks that they can curtail this process, know you are fighting the people. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Present and voting, 301. Voting virtually, 3. So total votes, 304. The ayes, 304. Nays, nil. Abstentions, nil. So the ayes have it.
Indeed, the ayes had it in that particular aspect of ensuring that the NGCDF comes back in another form known as the National Government Constituencies Decentralized Fund if it passes through the upper house. Now, my guest this morning is none other than Benson Gitau. He is a youth and governance expert. Welcome, Benson.
Thank you very much.
Next to Benson, that is not doctor, that is Siokau Mwinde, the advocate and the chair of the Thika Mediation Center. She's not Simgeni Hapa. Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
And then finally, the doctor in the house is Dr. Isaac Hassan, a governance expert. Daktari, welcome once more.
Thank you very much.
Maybe let me start with you, Daktari, given that you're senior here. We start off with the reaction. What did you make of the proceedings yesterday on the floor of the house?
It is a moment that we always applaud our members of parliament when it comes to issues that concerns them, when it comes to things that have more interest to them than the people who took them there. Of course, they all go to the house and they all vote yes. And that's why you see nobody could logically reason differently from what they wanted. Meaning then, the interest that they have brought forward or before the house was their own interest, and they did not reflect mainly on how that will be impactful to the people who brought them to that particular house. And therefore, I think if they operate effectively that way on all aspects of their legislative role, oversight role, as well as representation, then it will be very good. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to become a member of parliament, and if I was in that parliament, I would have thought of a different view. I would have had a different view than what our members of parliament currently have. Why? Because there is no need of a member of parliament whose role is an oversight, legislative, and representation to do a development project in a constituency. They can still ask all other mandated institutions to do the same and then do oversight. They still have the power to do oversight. I would have appreciated if they will have empowered themselves, give themselves more power to oversee both basically the national government, the executive development funds or development projects, so that when they say the executive has not implemented this particular project the way it is required, they have the powers to stop it and do it otherwise, and even cancel those contracts. But now when they are compromised and they are given their own, basically what happens is that the doctrine of separation of power is compromised. And therefore we tend to think, as much as it's a great thing for each constituency to get some development fund, the same fund would have been allocated to an institution that can develop, can implement independently outside the legislatures and then they do their oversight role. But again, this is the way Kenyans always want things to go, particularly their leaders. And therefore, we'll say, perhaps let's assume that what they have done was good. But the only thing I can tell them at the moment is to make sure that when there are other pending bills that are before them, which has stayed even more than 2 years, 3 years, they should also wisely debate on it and conclude and finalize it.
Okay. And Wakili, maybe as you react as well, tell us how did we get here so that the legislators can even go to rename the fund itself through this particular Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2025 to see what we witnessed yesterday on the floor of the House?
Firstly, I'll want to condole maybe from the past protest that was there. Yes. I believe there are people who lost their lives. Yes. Many were maimed and they're still in hospital. And I wish them quick recovery. Yes. Now, getting back to the order of the day, it is more of constitutionality and legality of it. The High Court declared that it is unconstitutional, given that in 2003 we had a different constitution, which allowed CDF to conduct all this oversight for basically ensuring that maendeleo inaenda mashinani. However, in 2010, we had a different constitution. And currently, we have 3 arms of the government. We have the executive, we have the judiciary, and we have the legislature. Yes. And now the legislature has 3 functions. And more so, of course, you say there's oversight, representation, and to legislate. And it is quite unfortunate that when it comes to division of funds, we find that there's misuse of those funds. So it is best now to follow the constitution and ensure probably through the National Assembly, they are able to get other ways of allocating those funds to be able to help the people uko mashinani. Yes.
And Benson, as you also give us your opening remarks, you've just heard the Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah clearly stating that NGCDF has been impactful. In your views, has it?
In my view, I will say yes, 50%. I can say I have found it very impressive to the community. When I am standing here, I'm standing for the empowerment program and how the bursaries, allocations, and the people in the community and the impact. Maybe in another way, the community does not understand much about the bill and the pending bill or whatever you have been saying. What they really care is, am I going to get the bursary allocations? And I would say the bill for this legislation, it's unconstitutional. There are some things that we need to work on. I found it very queer. You found the legislature is the same person who is running an oversight, is running the show, is the chairman. You can run oversight for yourself. You cannot, let's say, you cannot run the show at the same time run the oversight for yourself. So I would like the amendment bill to be done that is comprehensive, that will help the community to build up. Because here we are talking about the community. We are talking about the Mama Mboga Pale. We are talking about disability. We are talking about so many things. So when I'm there in the community, there are so many things, so many cries. And also, we are going to also look for the population. The population, when they are doing this allocation, they also have to work with the numbers so that the distribution can be equally. So you found some constituencies, they are given a lot of bursary, and then you found the population does not cover like Nairobi. Let's say where I come from, Bakassi. I would like us to look at that angle. Okay, for me, the bill is okay, but the oversight, it's what we need to work on. If we work on the oversight and we implement the authorities that are able to see and to monitor how funds are allocated, especially I had the issue of misappropriation of funds. These people, they are not even accountable. If you go right now, we say every constituency we want to see the report. They are not accountable for what they are doing. So we want accountability. You understand?
Yes.
And this also legislation has already impaired the constitutional, because this thing has been operating without proper oversight committee. So if right now, if I am the MP for the past 8 years or 10, if you ask me, let's say for example, if you ask me, can you give us what you have done, they cannot produce. Yeah, you understand?
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. let me go back to you. Given that you heard what Benson is saying, and earlier on you had mentioned talking about in terms of oversighting this particular fund, but you see, Dr. there is an NGCDF board. What is their work?
I think that before we get to that point, I just wanted to enlighten Kenyans in regards to the amount of resources we are talking about in this, the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Every member of parliament is allocated approximately 150 million annually. Meaning then, that totals to 43,500 million annually for the 290 constituencies. And if you multiply that for the 5 years they are there, it's roughly about going to about 600, 700 billion. And that's massive amount of money. If you look at the duration in which this fund was effective in the constituencies, and you look at the impact it has, it is just it's just alarming, because you will realize that quite often CDF money is used for political publicity. And therefore, we need to understand why it is necessary for a member of parliament to separate themselves from the executive, because they are not the executive. When you talk about national government, we are talking about the executive. And indeed, members of parliament are not part of national government, according to our constitution. And therefore, we are guided by the principles of this constitution, and if we want to bend it because we want to do it in our favor, then it will be an issue. Coming to your point,
NGCDF board.
Yes, the board. Coming to the board. This board has been instilled in order for them to do the secretariat for the members of parliament, as they do not have modalities in managing that resources. We know very well government resources go through channels in which they can be disposed of. And the board role is basically to facilitate members of parliament to use that money. And you will realize that in every constituency, they will form what is called CDF committees. And it is this committee that is supreme in making the decision that is given to them by a specific member of parliament. And the way they operate is that a member of parliament comes with a list of items that he wants to be put into the CDF fund, and then themselves will go into approve. But the board's rule is that they cannot do anything outside what the member of parliament wants. Sometimes you will even realize there's an overlap. Abdiaziz, sometimes it is good to tell each other the truth. You realize that a member of parliament renovating a classroom which was constructed by a previous member of parliament, and in the bidding of that particular allocation, it is indicated that a new classroom has been constructed. That is the level of conspiracy, the level of corruption that we have on the ground there. Teachers are given the same contracts to do the classrooms, so that they are able to do the returns from their respective schools. They are able to keep the secret of what has happened. I know very well in some constituencies, many of them actually, let me not say actually some, many of them, where the same work has been done by 3 subsequent members of parliament. And every other time the construction is new, but we do not see the class expanding. Secondly, you realize that someone putting a classroom in a village where the children in that village are less than 20. And then you will realize that it is good to have a form of, institution like school in a villages which are coming up. But when you see that the village has no even single teacher, when you realize that the school has no single scholastic materials, you realize when the school has no simple basic chalk and duster that will be used for teaching or that aids teaching, then it's a crisis. Now, why is it important that a member of parliament must do development when the same development is referred to as National Government Constituency Development Fund? There is something which is not right.
Okay.
And therefore, this particular purpose of this fund, if approved, then as usual, there's no need of us respecting our constitution. Everyone must do what he thinks is right with him, rather than doing what is in the constitution.
Okay.
Finally, I have had a conversation with some colleagues, some friends, members of parliament. And a member of parliament tells you, I challenged them on this issue of CDF. Is it must that we should have actually CDF? And then someone says, actually, it is useless for someone to be a member of parliament if there is no National Government Constituency Development Fund. And the argument is that what will you tell the people that you are going to do? What development will you bring to them? Why do you want to bring development when there are people constitutionally mandated to bring development? Those are the national government and the county government. Historically, Abdiaziz, let me, I think I've taken a lot of time. I want to give colleagues a chance. But historically, the essence or the rationale of CDF was when we were being managed by the county, what do you call the national government, where there were no these devolved governments that currently are in place after 2010. The reason was that the executive, which was headed by the president then, will not going to know the specific needs of each constituencies and each constituents. The reason as why that money was put in place is because they were closer to the people. But now, how close are they to the people in terms of their mandate? They are no longer closer. We have ward representatives who are the MCS. We have the county government, which their mandate is to make sure that development goes up to the ward level. And theirs will have been an oversight. The only funding that I see makes sense and is logical is the Senate oversight
we'll be getting
fund.
that. We'll be getting
Thank
to
you.
that. Wakili, let me come to you. You just heard the brief that Daktari has just given. So, in your view, where you sit right now, do you think the members of parliament have addressed the legal issues that were raised by the courts?
I'm not here to say what needs to be done or what not needs to be done, because the constitution is clear that we have the national government and we have the county government. Now, in both the national government and county government, we'll have double funding if both have to continue with the funding. And you can see the likes of Ndinde Nyoro. He's really been doing a good job. We don't dispute the fact that the CDF has been doing a good job. I know people who've benefited from the CDF, especially when it comes to bursaries, schools being built, especially in those rural areas, and building roads, the boreholes that are being done in those rural areas, all that has been done. However, the constitution still stands to say that it's unconstitutional. And Article 201 clearly states that revenue distribution should be equal amongst all the two government arms. Yes.
Okay. And coming back to you now, Benson, in terms of what Daktari and Wakili here are talking of, in terms of ensuring there is fairness and ensuring that at the end of the day people benefit from not only bursaries and other developments that are being done through the NGCDF, where are the people in this particular aspect of demanding accountability from these legislators? Are we demanding for that accountability as Kenyans?
I think it's very important because we're talking about the government funds. And, sorry, I have found that most of Member of Parliament saying I'm giving bursary, like they are the one owning the show. They are operating like an empowerment program. Like I operate an empowerment program, I can say I'm giving 1,000 student paycheck for the school fees. For them, they are taking it like a sideshow for their campaigns. And where we need accountability is where the government should allow the Mwananchi to access the information that is regarding the activity, because the Mwananchi is the one who has elected, brought that MP to the seat. They have the say to ask for accountability. And most importantly, how do we acquire accountability? That's how we should ask ourselves. Because these people are very sneaky. They are people that they don't want the law to be applied. That's where they eat. That's where they get money from for campaign. And we know how they do it. And that's why we are sitting here. We say they can pass the bill. They can do whatever they want. As what we need to do, we don't want them to be the part of the oversight committee. I want another body that they can oversee the activities. That's why I was here and I repeated, brother. I said, you cannot be the same teacher, same student. You don't want anybody to be there. You are cooking your things there, and nobody knows what you are cooking. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I am an empowerment program. I may not be very expert on legality, but I will say mismanagement of CDF has been there in historical background, and the way I'm supporting my brother and my sister here. There is no accountability. And how do we bring accountability to the ground? How do they want to know? Do we need to gazette what the expenditure is done? What I would like, each constituency should have a portal that is accessible to everyone. You understand? And then there should be a news line pinned on the MP office that shows the distribution of how he is allocating the bursary. Because let me ask you a question. If today I'm in Form 1, I have seen some of the MP giving the same person for 10 years. He never finished the school. Now I'm wondering if I'm Benson, today I'm giving a bursary this year. I'm Benson giving a bursary the next year. You understand? So there is no equal distribution of resources.
But then again, Benson, you've just heard what Rarianda, Member of Parliament, Otiende Omolo, clearly stated on the floor of the House. There was public participation. Were those issues raised in that public participation, especially in Bakassi?
There are no public participation followed. They are just gimmicks. You understand? It's like selecting like 200 people in a room. You come and take cameras and pictures and you say we have a public participation. Brother, do you know what is a public participation process? How it takes? Public participation is a lengthy process. There has to be a civic education. There has to be mobilization. It has to be accountable from the ground. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm talking from the fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let me go to Daktari now. With those facts Benson is clearly stating, you've just heard also the majority leader Kimani Ichung'wah, Daktari, clearly stating that they are not in competition with the devolved units. We know what has happened between governors and members of parliament for the last few weeks or so when it comes to NGCDF and the county funds, because we have even seen even the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga entering the fray, clearly stating that those funds should go to the county government. So is it political at the end of the day?
Yes, I totally agree with Baba. You know, we always say that if something does not work and you want to push in, you know, when a carpenter makes his table, there are these joints that they drill and they want to put in. If it doesn't go in, you start shaping it until it fits inside that for it to gain stability. That is what we are trying to do. There is no place for NCDF and members of parliament in our constitution. And what they are trying to do is try to panel beat to make sure that it fits within the system. There is no way that you can differentiate devolved funds or devolved government's development initiative from a constituency fund development in the same locality. Simply because the mandate that we know CDF has been playing is education and security.
Yes.
Why do we have security money to go to a member of parliament when that is the role of the executive, and we have a whole institution, the security apparatus, have all the ability to do their own development within the exchequer's money that they are allocated, the budget they are allocated. That is one. Secondly, we have education. The Ministry of Education, we know very well the Ministry of Education has been the longest known institution, and we know development has been going through that. So why are we trying to look at development based on an individual's interest? This is where the challenge is. So the only way to differentiate development via CDF and the devolved government is the members of parliament to be given their oversight and legislative role, full stop. The rest of the people who have been mandated to do issues related to development within that locality, let them do. For example, they often talk about CDF. My sister, who she said she knows quite a number of beneficiaries who have gained from CDF. I totally agree with you. I also know few of them. But look at a scenario where the governor or the county government will want to do CDF because the only thing that you can be proud of is bringing up the next generation. And if you don't pay fees for the next generation, then as a leader you are nothing. That is one. Secondly, we have the national government bursaries. We have the HELP, Higher Education Loan Board. This is still exchequer's money, these loans that are given to students at the universities. And now we are claiming to have a CDF that also does bursaries. So why is it that everyone wants to do that? And why don't we just constitute a bursary fund model where we know every constituency gets this amount of money every year for their bursaries, and that goes to the institutions, so students just report. Other than having the money goes to a member of parliament, and you know very well politically what happens on the ground, that if I have not voted for you that particular time or I have opposed you, then I don't become a beneficiary to this fund. Why should we not respect the law of justice, the law of equality, the law of transparency, so that these resources are utilized the way it is expected to be utilized, rather than giving to an individual who has an emotional attachment to the people who have voted him in and not those who voted against him. So I think the challenge is that we are trying to slot in things that don't go anywhere far with our constitution. And if our members of parliament, because we have given them the mandate to do a legislative work, and they pass a law to protect that, fair enough. But again, as our young man has just put it forward, we must have an oversight authority for national government, because members of parliament's role as an oversight and representation has failed to do their role, because they want to do development. So we will agree them to do the development. We will agree them to pass the laws for national government concept development fund, but we must also make sure that we get an institution that does oversight for both executive and themselves for their funds, because the amount of money involved we are talking about is not a little money. And if this is removed out of for example, we remove the 5 years from this fund from getting to members of parliament, we can actually offset all the debts this country has, so in the 5 years, so that we do not have debts from that we are paying for the next 30, 40 years.
And of course, Wakili, you do remember there was a very big case that was going on between the Muranga governor, who took the control of budget to the courts, because the control of budget is clearly stating NGCDF cannot issue bursaries. Ward representatives are also issuing bursaries. You're even seeing governors issuing bursaries at the end of the day. Now you can even add the Senate oversight. Most likely you'll see some of the senators even offering the same bursaries. So where do we draw the demarcation of what these leaders are doing between the governor, the senator, the MP and the MCA?
As Dr. has said, most of this CDF funding have no constitutional backing. And that is why we stand to say that the legislature should stand to work on what they have been put there to do, because their work is for oversight and to represent. Because basically if you look at the ground, you find that most people will only vote for probably the MPs because of what they've done. They look at probably the MP has built schools, the MP has built the roads, but what Kenyans really don't know is that most of this funding comes from the CDF. And even so, we need to follow the constitution and the constitutionality of every bit of the legislative work that the parliament needs to be done, because the executive cannot be put out not to do what they're supposed to do, because most of these things are supposed to be done by the executive. Yes. And
Benson, when that confusion was coming out between the control of budget, the governors, the MPs, at the end of the day, according especially to the majority of youths, they were saying at the end of the day, we get to receive more money from more legislators and ward representatives and senators and governors. Why should we start stopping them now?
You know, it's time to press the button. It has come now too much for embezzlements, and you see, issue of CDF is a cash cow for milking the public money and using it for their own gain. And the way I will support the way CDF has been working is unconstitutional. And then allocation of these funds between the Senate, between the parliamentarian, between the MCAs, should be governed through the law. It's only the law that can stipulate how much, how it's going to be distributed, at what level. In most cases, even those MCAs, members of assembly, I even don't know when they give the bursaries. I have not even ever had someone, an MCA, giving a bursary. I don't even, and when I know those bursaries, they're usually given to them. So we have to draw the line. We have to come open and say CDF is operating a constitutional illegally. There is no legality, and there is misappropriation and mismanagement of those funds. And they are not accountable. The government itself cannot even account and say how much they have given. We need the auditor of control budget to come in, the auditor of the general, to come and run the show, so that we can able to pull the rat out of the hole and see how these people are operating. You get what I'm saying? So coming to your point, the key thing we need to put the law. And for that law to be implemented, the mwananchi has to know the right, at what condition. And these bursaries, they are given for the rich, and the poor remains without anything. Some of these people, I've seen them selling bursary checks, selling 1,000 bob to a mama mboga. Can you imagine now who is now supposed to help other? It is a very complicated forest that we need to deforestate issues the way they are supposed to be, brother. We are not moving to the right direction. That's why they are clapping their hands there in the parliament. And even if they pass that parliament, Jay-Z are tired of, right now, Jay-Z have been injected with a lot of propaganda. And everything now in the government is like, no. Let us follow the law, and then we know where the lines are drawn. As what we need is to see equality distribution. We want to see that generation is not wasted. We want that vulnerable people to enjoy, because those funds are for the needy. But according to you, are those people needy? According to me, are those funds given to the right person? Does it go to the right generation? That's why we are complaining about education, school fees. We cannot do one thing every year. Every year we have the same problem. We have to press the button and say, no, it's over.
Okay. Dr. Ari, let me come back to you. Let me circle back to you. Those concerns that have been raised by Wakili and Benson here, in terms of ensuring those lines are drawn, and at the end of the day, something interesting you've just heard on the floor of the House, clearly stating that if a referendum is held today in retaining this particular NGCDF, it will remain because of the work it is doing on the ground. Do you agree with those legislators who are of that opinion?
Abdiaziz, I think, as earlier stated, you know, sometimes it's difficult to push for something which is not pushable, simply because there's no ground. You know, we are ruled by the law, and the grounds that we always understand, or the argument people have, is that the members of parliament think that there is local understanding and representation. And because they are understood very well by the local people, and they are their representatives, then they must address their issues. That is not true. I mean, representation is a very clear thing that every person must know. They are trying to directly link between the national government and the constituents. But now, does that warrant for them to run a fund within that constituency? Because the link between them and the constituents is the mandate we gave them as representative of the people from that particular area. So I think members of parliament will think that if they do not have funds they manage, they think they are irrelevant. And that's why quite often you see they have solidarity in passing this amendment so that they justify the cause for them to have the funding. Now, there's also the issue of political accountability. You know, you realize that a member of parliament who is supposed to look at the interest of the people that he has elected him, so that the executive do not fail to do their role in working for the constituent. The county government ensures that they have reached and done their role within that doctrine that they have been given. If now that is not looked into, and you yourself as a representative will want to manage resources, then definitely the Auditor General will have a challenge. Who will go into question the CDF fund in Parliament? Because when the county government do not use their resources wisely, and the Auditor General reports anomaly in the funds that were allocated, they come to respective committees in Parliament. And that is the role of the members of Parliament as an oversight, or at the Senate. So who will going to oversee these funds that are managed by the overseers? Shall we going to have these resources just utilized by the member of Parliament the way they want? Because the Auditor General will report in terms of his audit report. But where will that report go? Because the reason as to why our Constitution has elaborated the oversight role is because of misuse of resources within respective arms of government who have been mandated to deliver that. And if that has been broken, then I will come. If I'm a governor and the Senate is questioning me on regards to misappropriation of funds, I will ask also, why is a member of parliament whose CDFs has been spotted being misused not questioned? You know, I have never seen a member of parliament sitting before a committee or accountability public accounts committee and being questioned for misuse of CDF. Because CDF is not a new thing. We are not introducing a new thing. So that element of accountability is lost. But I think there's something you mentioned in regards to the Senate. I understood very well that the Senate funds oversight funds is to facilitate them to go and do the oversight within that. I think their money, the money for oversight, has no allocation for development. And if that is the way they want to go, because they want to show the electorate within the county that they also do some development, then we are going to the wrong direction. So, meaning then, members of parliament will have been given an oversight fund to do their mandate, not giving them development fund for the constituency, and yet we know very well the role of oversight will be compromised. So that's why I'm saying, in a nutshell, that we must differentiate their role as a legislators, representation and oversight, from the development of the executive mandate, because executive has the mandate to do development in all parts of the country through the state corporates or state ministries. And the county government has also been mandated to do similar development so that it goes closer to the government, to the constituents or the people of that county. We have not seen that. The third thing that is likely to curtail the whole process of oversight is the fact that politics in Kenya is always in the forefront. And every politician will want to show that he has done ABCD to improve or change the life of the people he wants to represent. And that way, their role will never be very clear, because they will look at the development fund much intense than what do we call than the oversight they are supposed to do. Of course, we have already seen in the legislation role, they have already failed. We know there are quite a number of constitution that requires bills to be effected, which are still pending. Now this is 15 years down the line, closer to 15 years down the line, and yet those constitutional articles in the constitution have not yet been functionalized. So I think I know there's no way, we have no control over whether this bill will pass or not, because even the public participation we have seen in all issues that requires public participation have never been done effectively. And in any case, anything that the public brings as an opinion is brushed off and is never put into system. And that's why we often say that if there is any public participation that is done, it should be published and said, this is what the public has said, this is what we have accommodated, this is what we cannot accommodate because of ABCD. And therefore, if that does not that transparency does not appear anywhere within our systems, then I think everybody will just do the way they will achieve their own individual interest and goal. And that's why we think national government constituency development fund is not appropriate for it to be constitutionalized, as already the courts said, who are the interpreters of our laws, said it is unconstitutional, and there is no pressure that forces members of parliament for them to have this fund, other than or thinking that if this fund does not come to them, they cannot do their role. So I think that's how I will have put it.
Okay. Wakili, you are nodding in agreement, especially when it comes to ensuring that there is that demarcation, especially between all the leaders within one devolved unit. But we're talking about that Senate Oversight Fund. The money that they're supposed to be allocated to is to ensure that the work they oversight, especially when they go around the country to assess if the referral hospitals are working in the devolved units that are being run by county governments, if they are done that way. At the end of the day, if we see senators engaging in what Dr. is talking about, development projects, what will likely happen? And then secondly, we're also talking about the impartiality of senators. How will they be impartial at the end of the day, serving in the same county? They're supposed to oversight that particular county, and the money is coming as well from their kitty.
Truthfully, there'll be a bit of confusion and conflict in between. However, there is something he mentioned, and he said that as a country, we don't know how those funds are really allocated, because you will not know who really needs that fund more than the other. Now, in the event the senators get in, and the MPs as well probably continue with the funding. With the help of the chiefs, probably in each and every village, they can assist in terms of getting into the grassroots and getting probably the right people who need to be getting those bursaries, and where they're supposed to have probably the schools built, probably if there are any other county functions that are supposed to be done, they are going to be able to reach to more people, more than the MPs who are reaching out to them. Yeah.
And I want to bring something up here, Benson. We do have constituencies that even do not have legislators because we do not have even an IBC in place. The commissioners have been appointed. They cannot go to that particular anniversary towers because there is a court proceedings currently ongoing. As you respond to that as well, you are local leaders on the ground. What are you doing to educate the people on the ground to ensure at the end of the day they get their rightful, what is due to them in short?
You know, I'm running an empowerment program called Ben Empowerment. And for us, we don't compete with the government. We only chip in where government cannot able to get their hands in, because we are there down. So for us, we have programs that we know the community needs. We have programs that support youths. We have programs that support women. We also have programs that support disability. We have programs that support sport. Actually, we have a quite number of them that we understand the need, the community need. So for us, it is not us to know what the local MCAs are doing, though we try to collaborate and work with them. For us, we usually work on the, you see, for us, for NGOs, for the CBOs, they have their constitutional way of working.
But what I'm asking is, how do you chip in terms of educating them? You see, you're bringing up strong points when it comes to they should be holding their legislators, the governors, the senators, and ward representatives to accountability. How do you ensure that at least you educate them on how? Do they even know they can recall the MP?
Yeah, they have. Okay, for us, we don't. Okay, that is the work of the activist. There's a difference between being an activist and being in a community CBOs. And you can also, I can say, civic education is the only way that people can understand how their cries can be heard by the government. So we can only use the civic education, and it's a very broad way of training them. Let me tell you one thing, brother. Anywhere you try to call more than 500 people to train them about what they should, their constitutional rights, those people, they will always, you will always rub the shoulders, because they will think like you are coming to remove them from the seats, and it will be very chaotic. So one way that we usually do for training, we usually have seminars where we usually educate them. We have people on the ground who we try to emphasize. Also, we have the platforms. Like in Ebakazi, there are so many platforms. I see people discussing about the civic education and their rights through online work skills and all this kind of. For those who don't understand, who doesn't have the gadgets to access the information, we usually call them and try to explain to them how things are running. And also I work with the chiefs. Chiefs are also an important role in the community. Because for me to understand how the community is working, I must incorporate the administration of interior to help me to understand more.
Yes.
You understand? So there are so many ways which I will take hours to explain that I have already installed in the community.
Okay, Benson. And of course, the conversation continues. We need to just take a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about that particular issue Benson was touching upon when it comes to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IECB. Despite even the legislators passing this particular NGCDF and Oversight Fund, there are constituencies, counties and wards that do not have even representation. What happens to them? We'll be discussing that as well in the next 10 minutes or so after this particular short commercial break. Also, during that particular break, we'll be informing you on some development. Once you come back, I'll be telling you when it comes to the late Alberto Jang, there is some development to that particular proceeding, so don't go too far.
Hello, fabulous ladies. Welcome to the talk show that's all about sisterhood, empowerment, and unfiltered conversation. We will be focusing on women. We believe in women.
We are really changing.
We are creating a safe space for women to connect, thrive, and share.
Just because you're a woman on a bike, you're labeled in a certain way.
It's not just a talk show, it's a movement.
When they are standing, we need to stand out.
From heartwarming tales to hilarious adventures.
They could ask me, Catherine, why are you learning?
We are turning the spotlight on women who are breaking barriers in their individual fields.
You have to have a vision. You are the leaders of Kenya today.
Keeping it honest and relatable.
Mental health is real.
Yes.
Where there is no communication, there is no relationship.
Join the sisterhood on KBC TV for Dada's show.
It's Women's Africa Cup of Nations, Morocco.
Feel the pulse of a continent where Africa's fiercest women warriors clash for glory in the Women's Africa Cup of Nations 2024. Africa's top teams, one crown. Morocco hosts once more, ready to etch new legends into history. Rising stars, one stage to shine.
And it is the Copper Queen. They have been waiting for this moment. Here's a chance for a second. South Africa lead by 2-0 in this final, and he'll never higher.
This is more than football, it's African excellence. It's women's power. Don't miss WAFCON 2024, live from Morocco.
So with us is a man of God, but before all this, he was behind bars for 12 years.
The age of 13, mimi nilikuwa responsible kulisha familia yangu. Nikajipata, of course, waseo kwa na guns nini, so nikaanza tu kuwafuata. Makarao kwa side moja, sisi tuko side moja, exchange inafanyika. So unajua nikitoka hapa, either mtu anaweza nigonga, either mtu wako ama karao. So walipona karao alichukua kaitupa. Tukiwa tunapita hivi na makarao tukienda, dogi ndio inakuja na money belt. Alafu inakuja inaonyesha nani ametupa.
There is a God who restores, 12 years now serving the Lord with this powerful testimony.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Our discussion continues into the 11:15. We'll talk about what we were talking about when it comes to the NGCDF and GAF as well as the Oversight Fund. But more importantly, we want to talk even about the IEBC composition as we're winding up this particular topic. But we're keeping a close eye at the Rejoice Baptist Church along Kiambu Road, where the body of Alberto Jang, the late Alberto Jang, has currently been brought to that particular Baptist church for a requiem mass. Family, friends and activists and members of the public have gathered to pay their final respects. Outside the church, of course, tearful relatives could be seen embracing, visibly distraught, awaiting for the service to start. You do remember that Ojwang's body will be transported to Homa Bay County on Thursday, July 3rd for the burial at his father's home in Kakwonyo village on Friday, July 4th. That is the particular development we'll be following up on as and when we get those particular links. We'll be sharing them with you. My guests are still here with me. That is Benson Gitau. He is a youth and governance expert. Dr. Isaac Hassan, a governance expert. And Siokao Mwinde, she is an advocate, the Vice Chair, Thika Mediation Center. Let me start with you again, Daktari. We're talking about the composition of IEBC. Earlier on, I asked Benson that particular question. We're talking about constituencies counties without senators, ward representatives, and they do not enjoy this particular funds we're already talking about, because you see some of the legislators were either the elections were nullified after the 22, others it was due to the untimely death of their legal representation, not even legal representation, leaders that are supposed to represent them at the end of the day. So how is it fair to even talk about GAF and NGCDF and the Oversight Fund, yet other constituencies even do not have the representation there it is required?
The principle of constitutional crisis in Kenya is lost, meaning we do not see any issue when there is constitutional crisis. I know very well before things that are likely to cause constitutional crisis because of the deaths or the timely deaths or that is likely to elapse. Our members of parliament who are burning their midnight oil to make sure that they don't cause constitutional crisis. That is the principle of respecting our constitution, and we don't allow it to do so, to happen basically in that aspect. When we come to IEBC, IEBC is fully constituted.
How so? And the case is in court.
But the challenge is that we have few issues that needs to be sorted out because we must respect our laws. We must respect our courts. Then until those people who had an issue, the issue are addressed and then the court clears, definitely the commissioners will not take the office or their oath and offices. But the important thing is that they are in place. And it's our legislators, our judiciary that will going to give a green light or advise otherwise if there are any issues that needs to be addressed in the formation of the commissioners for IEBC. But when it comes to members of parliament who left their offices for one reason or another, and yet they have not been replaced, definitely we know the obstacle. The obstacle is lack of the formation of IEBC commissioners, and there's nothing much that can be done in terms of by-elections as per the constitution again. But there are arrangements which are in place. For example, constituencies have neighboring constituencies, and a member of parliament oversees the same CDF as well as does representation for the vacant constituency. Meaning they might be direct gap in terms of having their own representation, but their interest in terms of bringing forward into parliament or into the national government is not lost. Again, we have the county assembly member, we have the governor who oversees all that, and of course the role of the member of parliament, which plays representation at the national level, will have less effect in the fact that currently we have a government, county governments that does grassroots development and addresses grassroots issues. But again, above all, it is the right of those people who have lost their members of parliament to have a representative by constitution, and therefore I would have said that amendments needs to be made on how what do we call the secretariat of IEBC could actually conduct by-elections and make sure that we do not have such a gap, a bigger gap like the one now we have experienced. For example, I know you are talking about Banisa constituency. That legislature is the one we have lost early. Yes, and Kasipul and the rest now. But you see, that's the longest, almost now 2 years, because he has been only in office roughly around 6 months.
Yes.
But now they're already 2 years down the line. They do not have representatives at the National Assembly. And therefore, they have all the right to have their representation at the National National Assembly, and of course they have all their right to be represented. And I think the process of electing the commissioners, which was aimed to facilitate all those challenges, were now halted because of the legal issues, which must be respected. But what I will have asked the members of parliament, because they have the power to legislate and amend our constitution, is to give relevant mandate to conduct a by-election, the Secretariat of IEBC, and of course be given a threshold, probably 2, 3, but more than that, the commissioner must be there. You know, there are quite a number of ways legally accommodative that can facilitate this process so that we do not experience the same problem that we have currently.
Okay. Let me get your thoughts here, Wakili. We're talking about a crisis. In your view as a legal expert, are we facing a constitutional crisis? Then secondly, what Daktari is talking about allowing the Secretariat, which is led by the CEO of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, there was a clear demarcation between the chair and the CEO. The commission that is being led by the chair, it is their mandate to conduct. So do you agree as a legal expert we should be allowing the Chief Executive Officer of IEBC to be conducting such by-elections in the absence of commissioners?
First of all, I'll wish to state that the Constitution is the mother law. And it is the right thing to do and ensure all the legal challenges that are being faced because of politics are not allowed to be done. Yeah, because if we look at the current situation that we have, is because probably everything being politicized, we cannot continue functioning normally. And each and every arm of government should perform its functions as is. Yes, and for the IEBC, each and every, the CEO should work as an individual without being forced or being led to do things that are supposed to be done by a different individual. Yes.
Benson,
they should be separated.
Okay. Benson, are we going into treacherous routes, given that you see it is just barely two years to the general election? Do you think even this particular new team that has not been sworn into office will carry out the boundaries delimitations, the by-elections, and then prepare for an election?
Me, I think it's very important to institute IBC, and it will be a factor or a de facto. Having the IBC constituted, and that's why it's called independent. We don't need other bodies to be put. We want it to be the way it is. I don't see why they should not start conduct the by-election, because for that we will know what kind of people we have put in the office. Before we know they can even handle the general elections. We want to see them doing the by-election first, so that we are able to say these people, they are credible and they can conduct fairness in election. So me, I think that is the most important thing. It will be their first exam. Every Kenya will be watching them. We will be watching them too. We would like to know what kind of people we have put in the office. So I think it should be very fast. We urge the court to move things very fast, so that we don't have the backlash and the backlog when it comes to the 2027. So we don't want the delay, because you can see the temperatures of the nation. You can see people crying, saying we want a new IBC. You can see the cry of Jay-Z's, what they are saying. So I think it's worthy for them to do to do it very fast, so that we don't have a crisis. And you know what the Kenya is all about right now. So let us move very fast. I don't see why we should continue holding that thing. Yeah.
And of course, given that we're entering the final leg of our conversation, let me start with you, Dr. I'll give you 2 minutes each to conclude on both topics, including the NGCDF as well as IBC. But as you commented, Dr. on your final remarks, we're talking about ensuring at the end of the day we do have an independent IBC. So should we take what Benson is saying, that this will be their litmus test? Should we judge the new commissioners based on the by-elections they'll be conducting across the country?
I think Benson is looking at it from the perspective of the normal way of Kenyans judging the referees. IBC is an independent entity by constitution. You know, we respect the law. And we know very well that if they are given the task, the commissioners are given the task, together with their secretariat, then they have a mandate for a certain period, 6 years, and they should complete their 6 years based on, of course, their performance. The performance is purely on if they breach the constitution. Otherwise, they cannot be just removed out. And to remove them out is not an easy thing. So whether you test them, whether you place them on litmus test or not in the by-elections, that will not change anything. But I think there are critical things that IBC commissioners are before them, and they must be constituted as early as possible. One is definitely the issue of the by-elections, so that the few constituencies, wards, and counties that requires their legislatures or their representations to be replaced, they should do that. Secondly, we know very well there is a boundary limitation that needs to be done. And you know very well, every 10 years, that event comes up. And that's why I was saying we rarely respect the constitutional crisis, because when the constitution says you must do after every 10 years ABCD, and you have not done it, then we are already at the heart of constitutional crisis. And therefore that is the other one. The other thing that they need to do, which is very urgent, is of course voters registration. After every 10 years, the current existing voters registration can only be used for by-elections, but new registrations will be, exercise will be conducted. And that requires time, that requires resources, that requires mobilization. Quite a number of things are pending for them. Finally, the 2027 election is just at the corner. And I don't think if 2 years down the line, we are able to put a comprehensive plan and preparation for 2027 election, knowing that there are quite a number of international procurements that needs to be conducted, there are mappings that needs to be done, there are cleaning of the registers after registration that needs to be done, there are employments of electoral officials who will be engaged in conducting the elections that needs to be organized. So ideally, the table tray for commissioners for IBC is full, and the earliest possibility that they are cleared will give them an opportunity to run this. Then finally, on the National Government Constituency Development Fund, I can see it is pushing, they have enticed the Senate so that the Senate do not reject, because they have also given them an oversight fund. And the possibility of Senate denying that is unlikely. And therefore, then we must have a modality in which NCDF will be oversight, and accountability system put in place in order for that resources not to be misused by members of parliament, as well as the Senate.
Okay, Wakili?
There's a great quote by Martin Luther King. The time is right to always do the right thing. History shall judge us harshly if we are unable to protect the constitution of this country. It is going to be quite unfair if we really push agendas that go contrary to what the constitution of this country stands with. We don't dispute the fact that the funds are important for this country, and they've helped different individuals, and we have great people who've also been part of that fund as well. And as a country, we need to ensure we follow the law as is, and ensure we have, we really don't have to politicize each and everything that has to help the common mwananchi, because many people really don't understand why the courts have termed the NGCDF illegal. We don't dispute that. It is a good agenda that is going to help the people of this country. But however, the National Assembly needs to probably have different ways of approaching these funds so we can be accountable to each and every cent, because we all pay taxes, and the relevant things that need to be done in this country.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Finally, Benson?
Yeah, thank you very much. And then for me, I just need 2 or 3 things. Accountability. That's why I'm here, to speak about accountability. So I want everyone to be accountable, and I want this country to realize accountability is the key of everything, because we are not alone. Other countries are watching us, how we are doing our things. And also, a rule of law must be followed, because if the country has no law, then there is no country. So we must have a firm law that guide and govern, protect each and every person. Also, on the issue of IBC, we want free and fair, you see what I'm saying? Free and fair election in Kenya. We don't want to see those other things we have seen we want accountability. And this way we are telling the president and the court and the parliamentarians kindly to work on the free and fair elections. It's very important, because for us there down, we already had the cries. We know the plan, we know the game, how it's going to be in 2027 if we don't have a free and fair election.
Okay.
So thank you very much, and I think that's
thank you too. That is Benson Gitau Ngige. He is a youth and governance expert. Dr. Isaka San, a governance expert. And finally, the wakili in the house is Yokao Mwinde. She's an advocate and vice chair of the Thika Mediation Center. Thank you for making time for us this morning. And of course, we're keeping an eye on the Senate. We'll wait to see what will happen, given that after that particular decision of the National Assembly, now it is in the upper house. Do not go too far. On this particular second hour, we'll be focusing on the Social Health Authority. Already my guest, that is Dr. Kemunto Ndimo. She is the Chief Medical Officer at Luton Hospital, is already here in the studio. So don't go too far for that particular discussion. We'll be back in a few.
Greetings in the name of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the positive warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254 in a yard extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice,
we have to do it twice.
The men and women in boats, they are commanded to defend and protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Kenya. Their bravery knows no limits.
Make a man go through the wall without breaking the wall.
Laziness, it is not in our vocabulary.
But what are their stories, their tales? Military Tales, every Saturday at 9 p.m. with Ben Troy Joe.
You see, another good example. Uko na examples mingi sana za watu wa kuangalia, lakini huwezi kubali. For crying out loud.
Nikawa anazushiana.
Anazushiana na madhangu.
Relax, Buddha, take it.
We went to Mombasa to find some findings about the death of Joyce, and now it turns out that I'm not the bad guy at all.
We need to find out, because my experience with those two, they can't be up to anything good.
Recently discovered that Ken was having an affair with your beautiful wife. What?
We are talking about infertility, a name that carries a lot of pain, misunderstanding, and often judgment from a society that equates motherhood to womanhood.
And then you also start wondering, am I broken? Is there something wrong with me? Am I not a woman enough? Yes. Am I, you know, like you start owning the blame and the shame.
Anatomical factors like the varicocele. Varicocele can happen with the time. The men are fertile in their 20s or early 30s, but after the varicocele, it can affect the sperm productions.
It would be so devastating. Like there are times I have cried in the bathroom, there are times I have cried in the shower, there are times I've cried on the bathroom floor, just wondering, you know, God, like what is this? Like why would this be happening to me?
At least go to the screening about fertility screening,
exactly.
Whether they are having a problem or not. Otherwise, they will keep on hoping and trying or delaying for social reason or for any career reason. And then when they plan for the baby, then it's not then working.
19 nations will compete in the Total Energies CAF African Nations Championship, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania 2024, which will be staged from 2nd to 30th August 2025. Amongst the 4 groups in the tournament A to D, Kenya is pooled in Group A, together with Morocco, Angola, DR Congo, and Zambia.
Algeria from the set piece, the header is on target, but it's saved.
This unique competition featuring the best locally based players from across the continent definitely has something for everyone. Just bring your A game as you let it flow live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
I never heard the music so sweet. I repeat.
Wagwan, me brethren, big things are going. Remember, each and every Monday we have to shell down the place with nothing but the best of smooth radio vibes in your favorite station. You know these things, man.
Alafu kila Tuesday, kata simu tupo side, giving you Kenyan music from the 254.
And of course, you can spice up your Wednesday by enjoying blazing hot hip-hop and R&B jams.
We don't got no label. She said she want bottles.
Vibes and vibes as we go all across Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all the way to Tanzania to give you nothing but the best on Afro Thursday. Make sure you make a date with us each and every single Friday with me, DJ_Liza Diva,
DJ Colder,
and me, Wanjiko. This is Club One Extra.
Unanifanya nisikie kunongwa Hadija ai Mani especially ukisonga
Well, our second hour for this particular 30 minutes or so will be focusing on the Social Health Authority. You do know what has been happening in that particular sector, especially following that brief from the Health Cabinet Secretary, that is Aden Duale. Also, before I get to introduce my guest for this second hour, we're keeping a close eye on various developments, including the recent mass of Alberto Jang that has been brought to a Baptist church along Kiambu Road. That will be informing you as and when we get that particular link. Also following up on various committees on the August House, especially from the National Assembly, the Senate, and other events that are currently unfolding. Talk to us on our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1 and at Abdiaziz Hashim 2. Now, for this second hour, our keen focus will be on the crackdown that was witnessed just the other day, led by the Social Health Authority and Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale. We want to know what some of the facilities, especially from our representative, that is Dr. Kemunto Odimo. She is the Chief Medical Officer, Luton Hospital. Their experience, what they are doing right as opposed to other facilities that have been shut down, and how the journey has been so far since the Social Health Authority replaced the defunct National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF. Daktari, welcome to our show.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Maybe we start on that. Since SHA was implemented, how has the journey been so far for your health facility and from what you have been witnessing on the ground?
Okay, so the SHA, the Social Health Authority, is a body that was implemented or set aside by the government for the sake of healthcare financing, to try and improve the health service delivery to the population. So us as Luton Hospital, I think I'm here in my capacity as the CMO of Luton and also as a physician. So we used to have NHIF, then we transitioned to now SHA, SHIF and all the different healthcares. For us, we onboarded on the SHA quite quickly when it came out, because we were already accredited. And so far I can say we had some initial challenges, teething challenges, but so far we've seen an improvement in terms of the kind of care we're giving to our clients and the kind of access they're able to get. Yes.
And in terms of those challenges, just enumerate them and how they were solved at the end of the day to ensure not only you, the doctors who are working in that particular facilities, but your patients at the end of the day get that particular care.
Okay. Maybe if I can touch on one thing. Initially, because we were NHIF, had its own structures, its own system, then we moved to SHA. So when SHA came into place, the initial challenges we were having was in terms of credentialing and being onboarded. Most healthcare facilities, I think as of February, only 56% of the healthcare facilities were actively utilizing SHA services, but that has since improved. And a challenge to this was the credentialing, because first you have to be given the credentials by SHA, and then now you're given access to their portal. So that's another challenge, the infrastructure and the ICT system. Initially, we used to have our challenges where the system would be down for 2 to 3 days, so you're not able to send pre-authorizations and get feedback back. Then now with the new system for SHA, at least they give you outlines upfront based on their contract. You know which procedures are covered, how much they're covered, and what is required. So that also assists us in terms of sending claims that we are sure are going to be honored, as long as we have the prerequisite documents to justify. Yes.
And I'm sure as an institution you witnessed what the Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale just addressed the other day with the SHA board members in terms of there are some institutions even attempting to ensure what you're calling claims that are legitimate, and at the end of the day they are paid. So what are you doing right as opposed to these other over 30 facilities that have been closed down?
For us, one of our principles or one of our key values we stand by is integrity as a facility. So we actually, it's part of our logo, I care. So integrity is very important to us, and we took it upon ourselves to train the billing staff, to train the medical officers, to ensure that whatever they're sending out aligns with the regulations that we've been given. So for us, we're very keen on that. Yes. So there's a lot of training seminars that happened initially, and we are always checking, and we have contacts at SHA, so whenever we have a challenge, we're able to just discuss and get a way forward initially.
Because one of the major issues that was raised by the Health Cabinet Secretary, that is Aden Duale, is claims that cannot be accounted for. That is how NHIF was defrauded at the end of the day. That's why we have now SHA. At the end of the day, what advices, especially when those inspectors, because I'm sure they come to your hospitals to inspect if the claims are true or not, even through the systems. So what recommendations have you made to ensure that at the end of the day, the Ministry of Health do not suspect institutions that are working, you're saying you're adhering to integrity at the end of the day, you're working well to ensure those claims are legitimate. So what are those parameters that you've put in place to ensure there is that confidence the Ministry of Health has in your institutions?
Okay. Actually, you're very correct. Even during NHIF, we used to have representatives from the authority coming regularly. They look at your books, they look at the files, they look at the theatre list, just to make sure that you're not doing the wrong thing. So as an institution, some of the things we have set in place, we have a dedicated billing officer and credit control officer who ensures that whatever is sent out and sent in aligns. We have the right documents that need to be sent out. We work with specialists who are qualified. That's one thing. In terms of, like, if you're sending a patient for an orthopedic procedure, I can't use my name because I'm a physician. So we ensure our policies are such that we align on those matters. Then, of course, we can't pre-authorize or request for procedures that are beyond our scope. Because, you know, we only have an ICU, we have a theatre, but there are things we cannot do. So we always have to align with the specialist. We ensure that, for example, if you're sending out, let me give a practical example.
Yes, please.
If you've broken, God forbid, if you've broken a femur or a leg and we want to send for pre-authorization, I have to attach your x-rays. I have to attach the report to prove that this is the limp, this is the fracture, this is the report.
Was that initially especially with NHIF, do you used to do that before?
Yes, we used to do that before, but I think there were a bit of loopholes. Some people could get away with it. If you remember, it was actually in the news a while back. I think some facilities around the central Kenya, where they used to go do mass medical camps. They call in everyone, then you're admitted and you're told you need a hip replacement, but that's not what actually is given to you. So for us, we actually have to send the evidence. So I think the new system has had some checks and balances that are very important, that ensures that you don't abuse.
And of course, they flag it out immediately before you even make those fraudulent claims.
Yes.
Because that is what even the Health Cabinet Secretary was talking about. And when it comes to a few things that was witnessed also when it comes to beds, especially tell us, how do institutions, when it comes to beds, when you say that, let's say, for example, you have 100 beds and 43 of them have patients, and you can account for the 43 patients out of the 100 beds. Because he was saying even the beds themselves, how they're being utilized, and the foods that are being issued within hospitals that SHA is catering for, has normally in the past with the NHIF has been used to defraud the fund itself. So to ensure there is that confidence of the patients that you are housing in your hospital, how do you ensure that SHA believes what you're saying when it comes to the patients that you house within your hospital?
Okay, but before I answer this, maybe I can just go back to the previous question of the checks and balances. With the new SHA, whenever I send out a pre-authorization and I use the doctor's number, KMPDC number, they automatically get an alert on their phone that Luton Hospital is attempting or has sent out this request.
Let me interrupt you.
Okay.
I'll give you a chance to recount that particular. She was talking about SHA, if you're just joining us, but the reason why I'm distraught a little bit, I want to take you to that particular developing story of the body of Jang. There is a request that is currently happening. As you can see, the family members are currently speaking. Let's listen and then we'll come back with that conversation with Daktari, please.
Na huyu ni mamake Albert, mimi ni babake Albert. Kwa hivyo naona vyema nimpatie mke wa kijana nafasi ili kaweze kuongea. Mama yake atafuata, hatimaye mimi nitatamatisha.
Hi everyone. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. My name is Nevnina. Most of you are calling me Nevnin, but it's Nevnina Onyango Omondi. I'm the wife to the late Alberto Jang. Albert has been my friend, my best friend since way back. I met him in 2021 when he visited Kisumu. Actually, I met him through a mutual friend. He's from Pwani University as well. He's called Kotonya. So he's the one that gave Albert my number. And actually, Albert reached out and he was just saying hi. So through that, we communicated for a while and our friendship grew. And God blessed us and we became one. He has been an amazing person in my life. He has been really encouraging. He's made me courageous. You know, at some point I was weak, I was down, but he'll sit me down and tell me, you know, you don't have to be shy. At some point, you don't have to be like weak. You have to stand out, talk, be very courageous like me. But he was conserved but courageous as well because he was a teacher. You know, teachers have to be vocal. So Albert left at a time where I didn't expect that he would leave, but it was God's timing. And us as human beings, we can't do anything about it. It's heavy on us. It's heavy on me. It's heavy on my son. He actually doesn't know anything that is going on, but it's heavy. So I don't even know what to say. I lack words, but Albert has been my everything. when we last talked, when he was in Central Police Station, I think I'm the last person he talked to. And his last words were, "I love you, see you soon." So seeing him soon here or even in the mortuary it really broke me. But he has always told me to be courageous. So I just want to stand strong for the sake of our son, the mom, the dad, and even other people that are not here, because most of them looked up to him. So I want these people to look up to me. So I don't want to be weak. I want to be strong. And Albert, I love you so much. I don't know if he's hearing, but I want him to know that he means so much to me. Even if he's lying here, I truly love him, and I'll always do. I'll always be here for mom, for dad, for G, for grandma, for your uncles, for everyone. I'll always love them the way you did. And thank you. Thank you for the little time that we shared. I just pray that God gives me that strength and the peace of mind that everybody wants. And lastly, I'll want to talk to the police and even those people that are in charge of taking care of us. I wouldn't wish to see anybody or any parent, any wife, any son, any daughter going through whatever we are going through. So I would like to urge them to treat everyone perfectly. Even if they're not their relatives, even if they're people that they don't know, let them take the right channel. Let them deal with everyone in the very best way. And may God protect all of us. I pray that you pray for me so that I get that courage to be with this family. They're looking up to me the way they were looking up to Albert. God bless you all.
God is good all the time.
Well, that is among our top stories. It's quite heart-wrenching there at Ridgeways. The body of Alberto Jang has been brought there for a requiem mass. What you're just witnessing earlier on is the family members who are currently speaking. You can see the tears, of course, missing their kin. The investigations are still ongoing at the end of the day, and the body of Ojwang will be transported to Homa Bay County on Thursday and for a burial at his father's home in Kakonyo village on Friday, the July 4th. Our very own Giverson Minor is following on that particular story and will duly inform us in our subsequent bulletins. Now let's come back here to the studio. Our keen focus was on the Social Health Authority. What are the current challenges and how such hospitals like, for example, Luton hospitals are adhering to the guidelines that have been issued by SHA. Earlier on, apologies, Dr. I had cut you when you were talking about when it comes to accountability. At the end of the day, you can take up that particular point again.
Talking about the checks and balances within the system. Previously, it was very easy for a facility to get the contact or the number of a professional and keep using it continuously, even for unchecked pre-authorizations. So currently with the SHA system, if I use my number, I'll get an alert on my phone that Luton Hospital is using your number for this procedure. So I think that has also helped in trying to prevent these fraudulent activities within the healthcare financing space. Yes.
And also I had asked you a question in terms of a bed capacity. Let's say, for example, this is what Duale was saying. If you have 100 beds in your hospital and 43 patients are there, how do you account for those 43 patients out of the 100 beds that you have?
Okay, I can start. When you're being onboarded into like NHIF or SHA, you have to submit and they have to come and do a facility audit. where you have to declare the number of beds you have.
Yes.
Are they general ward, are they ICU beds, or are they HDU beds? That actually has a direct impact on what you can claim. For example, for the daily rebate, if you have a patient in the general ward, you get around 3,300 per day for the bed. If the patient is in ICU, you have around 21,000 that you can claim. So if you fake the number of beds you have, if you claim that you have ICU beds and you don't have, that means you're going to claim fraudulently for an ICU stay. Okay? Yes. So now what happens that once a patient is admitted, immediately they're admitted, they have to declare their SHA status. Then now you alert SHA or utilize SHA for this patient, now for the daily rebates. Then in case they're ICU, you have to provide a medical report why this patient is in ICU or why we are changing from here to there. For us in the private healthcare system, oftentimes we find that the SHA rebate tends to be much, much lower than our overall general charge per day. Even in whatever ward or room they're in, it tends to be a bit lower. So how we safeguard against that, or how we protect ourselves from being flagged, is that we ensure we declare the right thing. We have the right kind of beds and the right number of beds. Then each time a patient is admitted, we alert the authority and we provide concurrent medical report. That way the person on the other end who's checking is able to verify that the diagnosis and the admission and the duration of stay tallies. Yes.
And in terms of competing, or rather even complementing the private insurance, how do you compare them? This SHA and the private insurance normally that you do receive in your hospitals.
Okay. So currently the model that the private insurance have adopted is that they always do net of SHA. So they'll cover, but they'll tell you net of SHA. I think it even used to be there the time for NHIF. They won't cover the bill 100%, but they will supplement and leave SHA to do its part. So for a patient who's not covered by SHA, they'll have to pay that out of pocket. So in our facility, we have a wide variety of insurances, from the corporate levels to the smaller schemes, micro insurances. So we always use them concurrently, especially where we have procedures like MRIs, which can be quite costly, or we have surgeries, so we always complement. But if an insurance is able to cater for the whole package, we don't use SHA.
And maybe to the Kenyans who are watching you, if they come to your hospital right now, what will SHA cater for aside from the private insurance they do have? Is it the bed, is it the food, is it the medicine, or what?
Okay, so SHA, you remember SHA has 3 funds under it. There's the primary healthcare fund, there's the SHIF social health insurance, and there's the emergency critical care fund. So for SHIF is where I feel like a majority of the funds are being put into, and where a majority of the benefits to patients are being felt, especially in the private sector, because the primary healthcare fund is primarily for the level 2, level 3 facilities, especially in the public healthcare space. So now for under SHIF, in our facility, if a patient was to come, surgical packages. We are doing a lot of surgical procedures that are covered almost fully, sometimes partially, but most times fully by SHA. We have dialysis unit in our facility. Actually, NHIF, they used to pay around 9,000 per session. They've increased to 10,000 under SHA. So we're able to do the required number of at least 2 sessions in a week with SHA fully. So the patient who's coming to a facility for dialysis, they don't need to top up unless they need tests which are outside of the agreed upon packages. Apart from that, I think I hinted about the inpatient stay. So you have surgical procedures, inpatient, and the dialysis units. Yes. For outpatients, you can access outpatient services under SHA if you're SHA civil servants. The civil servants have a SHA benefit that's slightly higher compared to the general public. So those, they're able to access the outpatient services. Yes.
And given that we're coming to the final leg of our conversation, maybe what are these outstanding gaps that you have witnessed as an institution? If they are plugged at the end of the day, it will make even the fund better.
For me, since I'm here on capacity as in representing the private healthcare space, I can't fail to talk about the historical deaths that we have with NHIF. Those are still unpaid. We have a new authority, but we still have those historical debts. I think that's very important because it directly affects the cash flows of the facilities. Currently, SHA is trying to pay, but oftentimes you find there's a bit of a lag. They'll pay, but not fully. So we still have to oftentimes pocket or shoulder some shock, some financial shock. Other than that, what are the gaps that currently exist? We still experience a bit of system breakdown, portal off times, so that can be strengthened a bit more. Sometimes some pre-authorizations take a while to be approved. Yes. And We need a bit more sensitization of the public in terms of what SHA offers, what are the benefits and what are the limits. So sometimes we find disgruntled clients, but not because of our problem, but because they don't fully understand the scope of SHA. How much it covers or it doesn't cover, how many times should it cover for an imaging, CT scan, for a procedure. So some of those things I think we still need to educate the mass about that,
And when it comes to the policies, what recommendations as an institution you have probably made to the authority to ensure that the fund at the end of the day not only benefits the hospital, but the patients that you're serving at the end of the day?
Okay. For us, we try to champion to have at least better covers for the patients. Sometimes the amount given for these procedures are too little. So I think the policy, maybe once they are able to get I think the main challenge is funding. If they're able to get enough funding as SHA, they should be able to improve the kind of care a patient can get. So that's a challenge for us because we find a patient has come, they require certain service, but whatever is being given, because SHA allows copay, the patient can top up, but you find a client cannot top up. So I think from our point of care as healthcare facilities, we are championing to have better coverage or better packages for our patients. And also we would like, of course, the pay, better pay. Yes, timely reimbursement, if I can say it like that,
Okay, maybe 1 minute to give us your final remarks. Going forward, how will the institution continue to ensure that SHA is working not only for the institution, but for the patients that you normally serve at the end of the day?
At the beginning of SHA, there's a lot of resistance, both from the stakeholders, the public and also the facilities, but I think so far progress has been made in terms of streamlining some of the challenges which were there. So my take home would be to encourage the government to streamline some of these challenges that they have at their desk that still need to be streamlined, and also for the private healthcare facilities, embrace SHA, because I think it's here to stay. It's unlikely that we'll have a new model, maybe, who knows, but in the meantime I think we still need to embrace, educate and also implement.
Thank you so much. That is Dr. Kemunto Ndimo. She is the Chief Medical Officer at Luton Hospital. That is just an account from that particular institution. You can always talk to us on our social media platforms in terms of how has this fund worked for you and what has been your experience at the end of the day. And you do remember what the ministry as well as the SHA institution itself, the board itself, clearly stated. If there are any other issues, you reach out to their toll-free number, of course, that has been advertised in their various portals at the end of the day, as the crackdown continues in various parts of the country, with Duale already confirming that over 30 private hospitals across the country have been shut down for a range of illegal practices aimed at siphoning money from public health fund that is meant to cater for not only me but you at the end of the day who has registered for this particular fund. That concludes our coverage of this on News Check. Don't go too far, of course. Kurunzi Machinery will be up next, and at the end of the day we're keeping a close eye on various events. We've just witnessed one requiem mass for the late Alberto Jang. That and so much more in our subsequent bulletins. My name is Abdiaziz Hashim, the sign language interpreter. At the bottom end of the screen is Alensa Odingo. Good morning for now.
Imagine you have to write a law or a thesis. That's a lot of work. But then you wonder, can AI do it better than I can? Also on the show, why is one of the world's biggest YouTubers turning to X, formerly Twitter, to post his new videos? Does Elon Musk want to make X the new TikTok? And it's a disturbing phenomenon, but AI-generated nude pics are surging online, and kids are using them to bully each other, even though it is illegal. These are the topics that are moving the tech world. Will you soon have to turn to X to watch your favorite creators? In January, one of the world's biggest YouTubers, Mr. Beast, dropped a video on X for the first time, instead of YouTube. This is happening as some big creators are leaving platforms like YouTube. So can Elon Musk lure them to X? All fair and square? The tech billionaire plans to turn X into an everything app with a focus on video. To do that, he needs creators to actually post videos to his platform. And until recently, Mr. Beast wasn't too sure about that idea. He said his videos cost more to make than what he'd earn on the platform. but he'd be willing to test it once monetization is cranking. And apparently, it's cranking now. His first video on X pulled in over 160 million views, bringing in roughly 230,000 euros. However, not everyone is convinced that this happened organically. Some skeptics think Musk pulled some strings behind the scenes, pushing the video into everyone's feed. Even Mr. Beast himself said advertisers bought more ads for the video than they might have done otherwise, suspecting the video was going to be big. However, bringing popular content creators to X is still a better attempt at making it a video platform than what Musk tried so far. Last year, he allowed users to post 2-hour videos, leading to pirated movies popping up all over X. But what would Musk need to do to create the perfect video platform? Let's check out what the competition is doing right and what they struggle with. Users love short, snappy verticals. For Gen Z, TikTok is the app to turn to when searching for news, tutorials, product reviews, or recipes. With the rise of TikTok, other platforms have tried to copy its success, and that gave us Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. Both worked. At the end of 2023, nearly 75% of the most watched YouTube channels were mostly producing YouTube Shorts. And on Instagram, Reels receive a lot more views each day than regular photo posts. So, vertical seems to be the way to go for X. But creators are making little money with them. The problem with short videos is that they don't make much money. The reason for that is simple. The longer the video, the more ads platforms can cram into it. That's why, while all the other platforms are pushing their short formats, TikTok is actually encouraging creators to post longer videos now, up to 10 minutes. For comparison, creators earn between 1 and 6 cents per 1,000 views on a TikTok or YouTube short, but they can make between 1 and 29 euros for 1,000 views on a long YouTube video. This is according to creators who shared their revenue. You could argue that X should still just focus on verticals because that's where the views are, but keep in mind, paying creators well usually leads to more high-quality